Christ clean me up. Christ clean me up. I ain't got a stain and I'm feeling brand new. Yeah, 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 yeah. Christ clean me up. Christ clean me up. I ain't got a stain and I'm feeling brand new. Yeah, 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 yeah. Listen, yeah. I ain't got a stain on me, 'cause it's all by his grace, homie. Gave his righteousness, now I'm spotless. Didn't earn it, but I still got it, yeah. Woo. Not by my works, yeah. Now I'm in his church, yeah. Ain't nothing I could earn. Did it by his own, yeah. You know I didn't deserve. Now I'm singing out, Christ clean me up. Christ clean me up. I ain't got a stain and I'm feeling brand new. Yeah, 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 yeah. Christ clean me up. Christ clean me up. I ain't got a stain and I'm feeling brand new. Yeah, 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 yeah. Christ clean me up. I was headed to hell, I was a mess, my goodness, it's unworthiness. But now I'm feeling brand new, I ain't worried about a thing. His glory now I sing, yeah. Got a new mind, got a new heart. Glory to God, who art worthy of all praises by tongue, tribes, and nations. He dressed us in this white robe, his righteousness we now clothe. Glory to God and Christ alone, glory to God and Christ alone, yeah. All things theology, we chop it up properly without an apology. Gotta give doxology to God hollow, because this is how we do it at All Things Theology.
Well, grace and peace, everybody. Welcome to another episode of All Things Theology, where I'm your host, Kdub, and today we're gonna be having a good discussion on the topic of abortion. But before we do that, before we bring our guest on, make sure you like this video, subscribe to the channel if you're not. As always, click the notification bell so you can be aware when I drop content. Yeah, so recently, I've been busy on Twitter. And as most of my discussions come about, I made a post about abortion. And the gentleman we're going to be talking about today responded to that. We had some back and forth. And here we are. So without further ado, let me bring my guest on. How you doing, man?
Hi, I'm good. How are you doing?
Man, good.
Good.
So yeah, why don't you introduce the people who you are?
Oh, I've been around the internet a long time. I have a YouTube channel I started in 2008 called Dark Matter 2525, and I just do animations that usually revolve around the topic of religion, but sometimes I do cultural stuff as well.
Right. Yeah. So, you agreed to come on and have a discussion with me on abortion. We had some back and forth on Twitter. And I know I said this to you already, but I appreciate your willingness to come and talk about this issue. I know how it can be a heated issue. I know how sometimes, right, the social media can, social media can be a good thing and a terrible thing all at the same time. And so
true. Yeah, it's like you were saying before we went live. It kind of dehumanizes us a little bit, and
right.
We kind of, what I notice is people kind of they when they disagree with someone, oftentimes they'll argue with a caricature in their mind of everything that they attribute to the other side. And
right.
No matter, even if you didn't say anything about a particular topic, they'll saddle you with all the baggage,
right?
And argue against that. Yeah.
That's true, because I get that a lot. Taking a pro-life stand, they automatically assume that I'm pro-Trump, MAGA hat wearing Republican, and it's like, no, I'm not. And so I definitely agree with what you just said.
Yeah, I'm guilty. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and claim to be innocent myself.
Yeah,
I mean,
we all can, right? I think that's your point. We all can be like that. But let's get into it, man. So
Sure.
why don't you explain your position on abortion, in a suffice but succinct way, just explaining what you believe about abortion. Is it permissible, moral? I'll allow you to define your position for you.
All right. My thoughts on abortion. Well, I think that early abortion, like I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that my position is pretty much how most people are, and isn't that I'm okay with early abortions, but I do see a problem later on when there's more development, and I think I think it becomes a problem after a certain point, but I also don't think that it's a big issue. Like most abortions happen early in the pregnancy, so I don't think it's a big issue with late term abortions anyway. But I'm not really in favor of that. I think that it's a it's it's a bodily autonomy issue as far as women go. I believe that they should have uh, control over their own bodies, and later on in the pregnancy there's that exception, where we're talking about enough development having occurred so that it's obviously a person. um, but early on, my position is that early in the pregnancy there's not enough development, as far as the brain goes. There's no experience, there's no ability to think or experience anything, or have consciousness in any way. So it's no different than any other form of inanimate, uh, well, it is animate, it is life, right? But not meaningful life, not life with intelligence and consciousness and memories and thoughts and personhood. uh, that's my position, basically.
That's interesting. That's very interesting. I'm sure we'll crack out some of the weeds in that, but I will, before we kind of get into some back and forth, I'll explain my position. I'm definitely pro-life. I believe at any point of the woman's pregnancy, it is to terminate the child, regardless of stage of development, is murder, because we are terminating another human being. It's funny well, let me respond. So the issue of bodily autonomy, that's actually why I believe abortion is wrong, because the baby's body, by any standard, biologically, scientifically, logically, philosophically, is not the mother's body. So I definitely support a woman's right to do with her body as she please in some sense, but not to the point where it terminates another person. And that's actually what abortion does. It does terminate another person. And so it's not her body that she's controlling. It's actually another person's body.
Now let me, when I say this is a 2-month-old baby and this is a 2-month-old fetus, do you understand the difference that I'm talking about scientifically?
Yeah, it's scientifically, the only difference is developmentally. That from
Well,
2 months to 2 months in the fetus, from 2 months, I'm assuming you mean outside the womb when you say baby.
the reason you knew that is because there's a difference between a baby and a fetus. You understand that?
Well,
If you say if you call a baby,
hold on. I
okay,
just said that there was a difference. The difference is
right,
development. There's also a difference between a 2-month-old baby and a 60-year-old man.
right. But I'm just saying that
Development.
my point of contention here is when you call the fetus a baby, when you say the baby in her womb, you're being scientifically inaccurate.
Okay, how about this? We call it a human being.
Um, yeah, sure. After
Yeah.
a certain point, though,
What
before
what
that,
point does
we're talking about
what point
a
does someone
zygote,
become?
an embryo, and
Well,
then a
human
fetus,
zygote, human fetus, human.
a human sperm,
Yeah.
human egg. It's not a human being yet.
At what point do you turn human?
When you have the ability to experience consciousness.
So, a person in a coma is not
No,
human.
no, they have the ability. They've established themselves as a person. We can describe their personality. They've had thoughts, experiences. There's data in their brain. An embryo, a zygote, has nothing like that. It would. They have no feelings, no emotions, no consciousness, no sentience, no more than a rock.
Well,
So
I would actually disagree with it. That scientifically, there are been studies done that babies, human beings in the womb, can think,
mhm.
can
Later
they react.
in the pregnancy,
Yeah, but they're still human.
later
They're
in the
just they just
pregnancy,
lack
I'm
certain.
against. I'm not for late term abortion unless
Why
there's
not?
threat to the mother's life,
Why not?
because they have developed the ability to have consciousness and react to
But isn't it the
stimuli.
woman's choice?
I that's what I mean about exceptions
No, I'm
in
saying
that case.
let's say there's no threat to the woman's actual harm. Like this baby is like if she produces this baby, right? She can see if she births this baby, it's not gonna harm her. Like in a sense, like she's not gonna die. She just says, "I don't want to be pregnant." Should she be able to kill it?
Uh, that doesn't happen though.
Oh yeah, it does. I do abortion ministry. It does happen all the time.
Oh, someone goes through with their entire pregnancy basically, and then
It's
towards
being
the end
done.
they say.
Absolutely. People don't. There are some people who say, "I don't want children."
So why did they wait until the end of the pregnancy?
I don't know.
I don't
I
know.
didn't ask that question. I'm
I
more.
just I would need examples because I just
Well,
don't see
there
that.
is a law in Virginia. You can look this up in 2019 where the governor, they made late term abortions acceptable. And
Probably to
I'm talking,
account for like uh, if the mother's life is in danger, they don't want to
nope,
have any
nope,
restrictions.
nope, not involving, because you do know when it comes to actual, uh, actual health concerns of the mother, they're less,
Hmm.
and this is me going super high, by the way, from the most liberal sources, not just pro-life sources, but pro-choice sources. It's about 5%, and that's going super high. So about 5% of pregnancies
Hmm.
of women who get abortions are because of health matters. And
Okay.
and when I say health matters, even that's kind of like, what do you mean health matters? Because some women will say, well, psychologically my health is at risk, but
Right. Well, I'm talking about specifically late term. Like,
yeah, those two.
um, there can't be any obstacles in the way. Like an emergency, it has to be done. Like this happened to me and my wife.
Same.
We wanted children, yeah, and she had complications and later on in her pregnancy, and
Was it a topic
we
pregnancy?
it was preeclampsia.
Gotcha.
So she was literally dying, and she kept waiting until the last possible moment because she really wanted this baby, and to the point where her life was in danger. And the doctor said, "Look, we have to get the baby out." And she was in no condition to make decisions. They talked to me about it. They said, do you want us to take life-saving measures when we get the baby out? They do an emergency C-section.
Right.
I said, yeah, absolutely. Do whatever you can.
Right.
So they did. This was 24 weeks, so not good.
You you
Very
you, you think
premature.
that's well? So I don't even consider that abortion. I considered it what the doctor said. It was a life-saving
Oh,
procedure.
okay, good. Because I one of the things that worries me is, if we get really restrictive, my wife might be dead, and I don't you didn't see, you don't have access to my video, but my kid was just here wandering around. I have a 10-year-old, and he wouldn't be alive right now. Ironically, if I think a lot of people had their way, and she wasn't allowed to have
That's
that.
not what pro-life people are speaking about.
Okay,
We're talking
I think
about
some of them are, but I'm
I
not going to apply that to you.
I don't. Okay, okay, so that's fair. When it comes to me and you, that's definitely not what I'm speaking about. because I don't
Okay, good.
I don't consider that abortion. It's a life-saving procedure. So the way I see it in that example that you brought up, and numerous examples, if a mother's life is truly at risk, I don't mean, a lot of these pro-choicers mean at risk. I mean, like, she will die if she has this baby.
Yeah.
You know, the way I see it, you have a couple of options. You can lose both of them, right? The mother and the child, or you can only have the mother. And the way I see it, having the mother is better than losing both of them. And
Right.
so, but
Because she'll like in my case, like with my wife, we went on to have another kid. So, that's the pro-life position is,
right. So if
saving the mother's life, and then she continues on and has children.
right, yeah. So yeah, because if the mom dies, the baby's gonna die as well, right?
Right.
The
Right.
but
I've
so besides this issue, so we're in agreement here, which is good.
Yeah. Yeah.
What about issues where the mother's life is not at risk, which we've already established? Which I've already shown, even from the most liberal sources, the numbers go up to about 5% when it comes to medical issues, like when it comes to her actual health. Some women abort their baby because of birth defects, like the baby will have Down syndrome, and some women will say, I don't want the baby now because my baby's retarded. I don't want to raise a retarded baby. But most are because of social and economic reasons. That
I'm
is
not
the
really in
most.
favor of late abortions
Why not?
because of the development.
But
Because the baby is capable of. Because, well, technically, I'm doing it too. At that stage, it's more like a baby than a fetus. Even though technically it's still a fetus until it's out, but it
so
will
it's
react to stimuli. It will, it has the ability to think. See, I think it's about 9 weeks in where neurotransmitters start being produced. So, I
yeah,
mean,
they
before
start
that point,
yeah
they
they start
can't
de-
even.
they start developing nerves, things like that. But I don't think that changes the issue, because once we've established, which you've agreed, that they're human,
Mm-hmm.
I it seems if we're recognizing that this person is human,
Yeah, but
then we shouldn't be able to kill.
we recognize a lot of things that are human. Human
Right.
flesh doesn't equate to a human person.
So they're human, but not a human person.
Right.
How do
Personhood is the issue.
how do they not have personhood when they have humanity?
Same reason a sperm or an egg is of human origin, but it's not human. It's not a human being. The word we want to use here is being.
Oh,
Being denotes personhood.
okay. So that which is in the womb is not a human being.
No, it is human, but it's not a human being yet. Not until a
That's what
certain
that
amount of development
that's what I'm
occurs.
asking.
Right.
That's what I'm asking. So that which is in the womb is not human being.
Until a certain point, yeah.
And what point is that?
When it can experience conscious, when it has the capability, when it has the medium there to experience consciousness. In other words, the brain connections are all there. There's neurotransmitters, there's impulses between neurons, and it has the ability to think and experience things.
So you would say at 9 weeks, it is now immoral to kill a baby.
Well, I'm saying 9 weeks is when neurotransmitters start developing. That's not when the baby is capable of consciousness, when the fetus is.
But so my position is that human beings conceive, or they produce human beings. I mean,
Right.
dogs produce dogs, cats produce cats. People produce that, kinds produce according to its kind, so to speak, scientifically speaking. So regardless if it lacks certain developmental stages to I don't see it as they're not a human yet. They're not a human being yet.
Well, I mean, you produce sperm, women produce eggs.
Yeah, but a sperm is not a person. That's like making hair follicles a person.
Right, and neither is a zygote.
Yeah, it's a human zygote.
It's human sperm.
No, that's not the
I don't.
same. That's not the same
I,
because
no, I know it's not the same, but I'm using it as an analogy of something that is of human beings, but is not human beings yet.
but that's it. No, um, human sperm is not a human. It has not conceived into the egg and developed something
Right, but it
like
is
a
just a
zygote.
byproduct. It's a byproduct of
It is
human
necessary
being.
to become a human,
Sure.
to conceive, but it is actually not the
And so
humanity.
is a zygote. I mean, it's just not.
No,
There,
it's
there
no,
comes
no,
a
no.
point
Here,
when.
hold on. Let me explain this. It's
All right.
different because a zygote is a person. It just lacks certain developmental stages.
What is the personality? Can you describe the personality of a zygote?
They have certain DNA structures, just like you and I.
All right, but what is their personality like? Like, if a man's in a coma, 25-year-old, and you
He
knew
has no
him for those
personality.
25 years, if you knew him for those 25 years, you could describe his personality.
What if I
even though,
didn't know him?
well, then someone else could tell you.
What if nobody really knew him? He was a loner.
Writings,
He di-
video,
he was
whatever.
one of these millennials that just played video
Well,
games all day.
regardless, he had a personality. Well, he still does. Really, it's just, but with a zygote, there was never a personality.
Yeah, because they haven't lived yet.
Correct.
So how does that prove they're not a human being? Because this
You
was, it
haven't.
makes humanity based on uh your own, because that's why I brought up the issue of a coma. A person in a coma is in the same state as the zygote. They lack consciousness. They're not thinking and reasoning. They have no
I don't agree
memories.
with that. I don't
They
agree with that because all that information hasn't just magically been deleted from their brain. They if there's no chance of them ever waking up, like essentially if they're brain dead,
Mhm.
uh, well, we have to consider their wishes. Like for instance, my wife told me, and this would be really hard for me to do, but she told me that she doesn't want to live in a way where she's hooked up to machines, and if she's brain dead, she wants me to pull the plug, which I mean that would be hard for me to do, but because I'm attached to her, but I'd have to
Right.
respect her wishes. uh
So here's four distinctive characteristics that I think that might be helpful when it comes to our discussion on why I believe it is a human being, whether we're talking about the
mhm.
zygote, embryo, or fetus. Uh, Let me lay these out just real quick. They're distinct,
Okay.
meaning the unborn has a DNA that's distinct from the mother and father, right? They're living, meaning it meets the biological criteria for life. They're reproducing cells. They can turn nutrients into energy. They respond to stimuli over time, obviously. Human,
Mhm.
meaning they have their own human genetic signature. Also, they are the offspring of human parents. Humans can only beget other humans. Four, they are an organism, not just mere tissue. And so, yes, all the things you're pointing to is it's only demonstrating over time they will develop. But
What's important to you about human beings that's distinct from animals?
oh well, this is where you won't like it, but they're made in the image of God.
Animals are made by God as well, right?
That I said something different.
They're made in the image of God.
That's correct.
Can I ask you a question that
Absolutely.
might seem inappropriate, it might seem crass or trolly, but I assure you it has a point.
All right.
Okay, so just indulge me. Do
All
you
right.
think do you think God masturbates?
Is that a serious question?
Yeah,
I don't even know how. Obviously, God doesn't sin.
he doesn't.
That's correct.
And why not?
Because he's not perverted like men is.
Okay,
Was that question
that's
going
it.
somewhere? Or I'm just kind of
Yeah,
confused.
yeah.
Where?
I'm I'm asking because
And God is not a man. He doesn't he doesn't have even a body to have sexual relations. So I'm really just confused on the
so made
question.
in our image confuses me.
Yeah. Okay, I think I see where the assumption is. The assumption is when I say made in the image that God has a body. That's not what I would say. You have lacked basic understanding of Christian theology when you assume that. That's not what Christians have meant when it means if you look in the mirror, you're looking at God. That is not what Christians have meant, nor what the Bible means.
Right.
The made in the image of God is that we share in something theologians have described as communicable attributes. Do you know what that means?
Communicable attributes?
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
Yes. Communicable attributes, meaning we share in many of the attributes that God has. God gets angry, we can get angry. God is loving, we can be loving, and it's not to the same. Hold on, and it's not to the same degree. God reasons, we can reason, and there are things, but obviously there are some attributes we don't share with God, like omnipresent,
right,
things like that. So
but
that's what
question,
we have meant by made in the image of God.
Which kind of hurts your point, in my opinion, because when I'm talking about zygotes, embryos, and early stage fetus, I'm talking about something that cannot be angry, it cannot feel love. It doesn't have the capability yet.
No, they just haven't developed those things. Yeah.
Right.
Doesn't
So
mean
that's why
not.
that's why it would be wrong to do it after those things have developed. But beforehand, it has no more ability to feel anger or love than a rock would. So that's why I don't care.
No, rocks. Here's why. Even you haven't acknowledged this point as well. They have their own DNA.
Yeah, I don't care.
What? You just dismiss it? Just who cares?
Yeah, I don't.
Just who cares?
A chicken has its own DNA.
Okay, I mean, I've already established that man is not the same as an animal.
Right, but the reason you gave is in the image of God, and when
that's correct.
Elucidated, you were talking about things like anger and love, and that's.
Well, I was showing brevity. I wasn't being full, especially since you interrupted a bit. But
all right, I'm sorry. I apologize if I did. I get.
But why do you just get to ignore DNA? Well, who cares? That's basic to human code. Yeah, a human being.
Yeah, but I mean, why is that so important? I don't.
Because human beings have DNA.
Right. But human beings have 2 eyes, ears, nose, mouth, hands.
Yeah.
I mean,
and those things will develop.
But they're not there
yet. But they will develop.
And even if they were, that's not what in my view makes a person a person. Because I mean, some people can be born without those things.
Why does personhood have to be? So why couldn't someone just arbitrarily hey, I ignore all those things. I say human beings when someone exit the womb.
They could, but I mean,
why not?
Sure, they could do that.
Matter of fact, let's say I say you're not a human being till 33.
Right. People can say whatever they want and be wrong.
But why would they be wrong? They just get to ignore it.
Why is someone say that 2 + 2 is 18?
But I'm saying wrong. When you get to ignor it, I don't care. There's not a human being. Who cares if they got DNA? They just do what you did.
Well, I mean, human, yes. Being, I'm again, I don't want to talk in circles too many times, but I place my value on personhood. And I think you do as well, as if you realize what we're talking about here. We're talking about personhood, what makes us unique as people, as individuals. Like you and I, we're talking here, and if people watch us, they're not doing DNA tests to find out what's different between us. They can see our personalities. They hear our thoughts as we speak them, and that's what's considered. Like people didn't know about DNA until relatively recently. It wasn't important to them.
So if a person doesn't have personhood, and define what you mean by personhood.
The ability to have ever experienced consciousness, and thoughts and emotions, the ability to, the having ever been able to. Like, so I'm not including people that fall into comas and stuff like that. Those are people that they've had established personhood before.
So it's not personhood is actually not on from your perspective. It's on the ability, not actual the act of it. So even from your own definition, you don't have to actually have consciousness.
Right.
It's your argument is if you've ever had it. Well, a baby doesn't have just starting life. So
yeah.
So then,
but I mean, they can.
It's an impossibility.
They can react even in the womb, late enough in the pregnancy. So at that point, I think there's some exceptions.
Well, I would argue that they are reacting from the moment of conception.
No, that's just they don't have any choice in how they, like, they can't decide, they're going to stop growing at the embryonic stage.
No one can.
Like, right. That's not up to them. That's just a natural process that's going to happen whether they like it or not.
Well, that's true for everybody.
Right.
So again, they are reacting.
Yeah. No, that's not what I mean by reacting. I'm talking about free will here.
And what do you mean by that?
The decision, they're making their own conscious decisions.
Well, a 2-month-old isn't doing
like
that.
I can't decide I'm going to stop aging right now. It's going to happen.
Okay, that I don't see how that doesn't apply to a human being. I mean, a baby in the womb, even as young as that's
right. They're not making a conscious decision yet. As a zygote, an embryo, they're not making any how can they? They don't have the brain development. They early enough they don't have brains, and then later on, what limited brain capacity they have, it's not really doing anything yet without neurotransmitters.
So because they don't have the brain capacity, that's why I keep going back to the issue of, because you'll say, well, they don't have the brain capacity, they can't do conscious thinking. And then I bring up the issue of coma. Then you switch to, oh, well, they had it.
They had it, yeah. A baby, a fetus, an embryo, a zygote, they've never had it.
Because they didn't.
You're not really getting rid of anything there.
Well, the reason why they've never had it is because they haven't lived a life.
Right. So that's why you have to do it early before there is one.
So you have to. I just want to be clear what you're saying. You have to terminate the baby. You have to terminate the human before they actually have developmental features that later stages have. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So you're okay with the baby being terminated, murdered?
No.
Why not?
The fetus. I'm okay with a woman having an abortion when it's early in her pregnancy.
What is an abortion?
When you're getting rid of the fetus out of, or when you take a morning after pill, or if you have an early abortion and you're
what is an abortion?
Obviously when you're terminating a pregnancy, when you're getting the fetus out of your body.
Right. Well, I disagree that it's the getting rid of a fetus out of your body. It is terminating the life of that human being.
Well, obviously
their life comes to an end.
We've extensively established our disagreement about it being a person.
Yeah, but it's kind of arbitrary because it switches from womb to when you get older. The definitions are switching. No. And you've already kind of admitted it's kind of arbitrary because you've already dismissed the fact that a child has a fetus in the womb, which is Latin for human offspring, by the way. A fetus is a offspring of a human. It is an ending of a life. That's what an abortion is.
Mm-hmm.
Would you disagree?
I would disagree that it's the ending of a person.
By what? But by what standard? It seems I don't attribute these things as personhood. I'll just throw out DNA. I throw out all these things.
I gave a reason, though. I gave my reason.
It's arbitrary, though.
There's no capacity for consciousness. I think that it's not
Then someone in a
arbitrary.
coma isn't. If that's your definition, then the person in a coma does not have personhood.
They have plenty going on in their brains.
They stop being
They
a
have
person, right?
no, they have all kinds of information. Their personhood has been established throughout years
Can
of
you lose?
experience.
Can you lose being a human being?
Can you lose it?
Yeah.
Yeah, when you die, you become a corpse. And
So you can
rot.
lose being a human being from your perspective.
I mean, obviously, sure.
So why can't a person in a coma lose human beings since they've stopped doing everything you said that the baby can't do?
If they're alive, if they're
So is a baby. So is a person in the womb. They're alive.
without any information in their brain, in their head, though,
Okay. What is a person in a
person in
coma
a-
thinking about?
could be all kinds of things.
But what are they? Not what could they? I can make that argument for a baby. They could be
No,
thinking about all
because-
kinds of things.
How could they if they don't have the equipment to do that?
Well, they do. Especially
I told
well,
you.
well, by 6 weeks they do have a brain.
But I told you that they're not even producing neurotransmitters until 9 weeks. That means they physically can't think. They can't have consciousness.
And a person in a coma cannot. They have no conscious.
they
They have no
have.
personality. Had
they
and
have.
have are two different things.
Right. A fetus has
Yeah.
never, but a person in a coma has, and I think that's a distinction.
But remember, your argument
That is
was
important.
your argument for the baby was have it. But when you go to the person in the coma, you go to has. This is why I'm showing you.
Right.
You're
The
changing the
difference is
definition. You're changing your
fetus-
definition.
No, it's the same because a fetus
It's not.
hasn't and has never.
Mhm.
Person in a coma hasn't, but has had consciousness.
So again, I'm asking you, what makes you human being?
having ever experienced consciousness.
What by what standard? By what standard?
But what do you mean? Do you know what consciousness is?
That's not what I asked you. I asked you by what standard is that the definition?
But that's what
I'm not asking
value.
you.
That's what I value.
Some people value all sorts of things that are
Right.
you would disagree with.
Is the thing that you value about human beings?
What if I
has
say
nothing
I
to do
value
with-
DNA, therefore that which is in the womb is a human being?
What about if you were born 500 years ago and you didn't know about what DNA is? Would you be able to recognize?
No,
it as a human
that's
being?
that's irrelevant because they still had a DNA whether someone knew about it or not.
Right, but you wouldn't. That wouldn't be what you base your values of other human beings on.
You're missing my point. Lack of knowledge on something doesn't mean it's not there.
So, what did someone 500 years ago value about other human beings? Was it their DNA?
The fact that they were living,
Mm-hmm. And how did they know that?
because life breeds life.
Just unconsciously, like people just.
No, that which is in the womb is a living being. Everyone knows that.
How did they get there?
When a male and a female come together and have sexual relationships,
Did they do
the
that
man,
while they
the
were
man, hold on, let me
unconscious?
explain to you the birds and the bees real quick. A man produces semen, and it goes into the woman's vagina, and it goes into create the egg. She conceives a baby, and that baby is a living, breathing being.
Yeah. Yeah, all these things happen.
Yes.
While
It's-
they're
so you
conscious.
agree? You agree? So you agree with what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So it is a living, breathing being, but you deny. You know who else denied personhood of people in history?
I'm talking about
Hold on, but
after they're born.
yeah. After they were born, yeah. I'll give you an example.
Yeah.
Slave masters, they denied the humanity of black people. They weren't fully human.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore,
Yeah, I disagree
therefore we
with
can
that.
enslave you. But by what standard?
Yeah, I disagree with that. The Bible doesn't, but I do.
Well, this shows your ignorance of the Bible, because the Bible actually condemns enslaving human beings. Man stealing is what it's called in the Bible. But I know it's popular on atheist websites.
Well, the Bible says tells slaves to obey their earthly masters.
Okay. Two things can be true.
But
Hold on, I want to show you how you're in error on the Bible. Because if you want to bring up the Bible, we have to actually do what's something called context, which atheists do not do very well.
why don't you think that slavery was disallowed in the 10 Commandments? Why not make an 11th commandment?
It literally says, "Do not steal human beings." Have you read that verse?
That applies to the Israelites. They
Nope.
were absolutely allowed to.
Where is that in the Bible? Since you're saying it only applied to Israelites.
Well, there's all kinds of commands in the Bible for the Israelites to take property of other people. There's the Numbers 31 Midianites. They got when they were told to slay infants. By the way, to slay all the boys, men, women, pregnant women, any woman who had sex with a man, and keep all the virgin females for yourselves. I don't know about you, but if I were a virgin female whose family had just been slaughtered, I would not want anything to do with.
You're kind of making multiple points. You're going from slavery to God killing people. Which one do you want to argue right now?
I was just throwing it in there, but
I know you're just throwing everything in the kitchen sink. First, let's talk about the issue of man stealing. The Bible literally says, "Do not steal."
Yeah.
So you're wrong on that. So
Don't
let's
steal.
go. Man stealing was.
But there was. It's not considered stealing. I mean, if it is your property, right? They considered certain people property.
Listen to this. Whoever steals a man,
someone else's slave, that's when there would be a problem.
No, whoever steals a man, notice it doesn't say slave, a man, and sells him, and anyone found in possessing him shall be put to death. So stealing a human being was worthy of the death penalty.
Right, stealing someone else's slave.
That's not what it says. That's not what it says.
That's what it could mean.
Could mean and what it says are two different things.
True. You're interpreting it very generously, and you shouldn't, because the Bible does not condone
I just gave you the verse.
Slavery.
I just gave you the verse. But let's get back on the topic of abortion.
All right. So let me do that, because we were talking about God demanding the deaths of Midianite infants. He demanded the deaths of Amalekite infants.
That's correct.
He even
slew
everyone
let me
on
go.
earth at one point.
I was going to go further. I'm going to go further than that. Every death God holds in his hands, since he's the creator of life. Your life will end, and God will be the one who has your breath like that one day.
And you believe God is just?
Absolutely.
Right. Okay. So I contend that it's your position that's the pro-death position.
No.
You think everybody deserves to die?
Absolutely.
That's pro-death.
No. It's not.
I mean, how? All right. This is why I asked you if God masturbates, because
it's a silly question.
No.
It's an absurd question. This is the
very reason I asked you that.
It was a question on the misunderstanding of the image of God, which you demonstrated that.
I was going to ask you that question regardless of what we were talking about. The reason I asked it is because you think it's immoral for God to masturbate, but not immoral for God to kill infants.
No,
the absurdity with that.
No,
that's absolutely absurd.
No, here's what you're lacking in your understanding is God doesn't kill innocent people like you're willing to do with abortion.
He demanded the deaths of infants.
And every infant has with them original sin. They've inherited sin from their forefathers. So when God
what
kills,
do you care if people get
hold on, because you are not God. That's the difference. You are not God.
All right. 1 in 4 known pregnancies result in miscarriage.
Okay.
If we're not talking about known, it's probably closer to 50% of all pregnancies result in miscarriage. Who's doing that? Natural, spontaneous abortion.
Yeah, as someone posted in the chat, this you made the equivocation of kill versus murder. They're not the same. Killing and murder aren't the same thing.
I know when God does it, it's not murder because he could do whatever he wants except
No,
masturbate.
no. Kill versus murder is not the same. You're arguing two different things.
So when God demands
Every time
people
someone
kill infants,
hold on a
it's not
second.
murder?
Every time someone dies or someone gets killed, it's not always evil. You know the difference between killing versus murder?
Of course.
What is it?
One is a legal matter. Murder is against the law. It's
Correct.
unlawful death.
Correct.
Killing is just you could kill someone in self-defense and not be at fault.
That's right. So yes, God kills every person, but not murder. By your own admission, you said that.
Correct, but infants.
Yep.
If God tells somebody to kill an infant and they do it, is that murder?
You have to establish what you mean. Are you talking about now?
Anytime.
Well, you have to establish what you mean. You have to be more specific with your question.
If God tells somebody, commands someone to kill infants.
So I'm assuming you're meaning in the Bible.
Sure.
Sure or yeah?
We'll go with that and then try to apply it to modern times.
Well, no. See, that's what I want you to be specific with your question.
So basically, the people who wrote the Bible justified their atrocities by saying God told them to do it.
Well, which people? There are over 30 different
Israelites.
authors. Well, there's over 30 different authors. Which book of the Bible are you referring to? Which author?
We'll go with Numbers,
Numbers of what?
the book Numbers.
Okay, what about it?
Midianites killed infants,
Okay,
babies, boys.
what about it?
Is that murder?
No, you already said it's just a killing. Even your question said it's a killing.
Killing. So, all right, no, I don't agree that killing babies is not murder. I think that's murder. There's no reason to. It's not self-defense. As a baby, are you in danger from a baby?
So God is able to, even through the instrument or means of humans, to kill a baby.
Right. So anybody can come and kill your family, and then they
See,
who are you to argue?
So
if
hold
they
on, no.
said that
See,
God
exactly.
told them to do it?
This is what I knew you're going to do with your question. You're going to stretch the question so broadly that nothing is murder.
True.
That as long as we attribute it to God, then it's not murder. See, that's why
That's right.
I actually object to your question because it's absurd.
You can't. I mean, with that standard.
But
you can
now
take it
you're
as far as
arguing
you
that
want.
killing babies is actually murder.
How do you know if God tells someone that they should kill a baby or not?
Because
How do you
God has
know?
said, "Thou shalt not murder."
But He's also told people to kill infants.
Yeah. So there's a distinction. There's a distinction here.
How do you distinguish them?
How do I distinguish when to kill or when not to kill?
If someone kills a baby and they said God told them to do it, how can you tell if God really told them to do it or not?
Because they violated God's law.
But what if God told them to?
God didn't tell them to.
So God didn't tell the Israelites to
No,
kill
no.
Midianite babies?
No, notice you keep conflating two different issues. You that's why I say you need to stick one question and we need to argue that one. Or you just, because you
I
keep
just
going
think you're
from
being
now.
Incredibly inconsistent. Because obviously God is told.
I think you are, because you just said killing babies is murder, but we're literally having a discussion of you saying killing babies is okay if that's the woman's choice.
No, I'm not in favor of any type of baby killing whatsoever. I'm against
Sure
all
you are.
baby killing.
Well,
All baby killing.
even in the womb,
There's no such thing as a baby in a womb that's a fetus.
which is Latin for human offspring. Are
Well,
you for
we make the
offspring killing?
distinction- We make the distinction between a fetus
are
and
you-
a baby, don't we?
Are
Remember
you
in the beginning of the conversation
okay, fine. Are you for
when I
offspring
asked you-
killing?
I'm against killing babies that have been born.
That wasn't my question. Are you for offspring killing?
if you want to call an early term fetus an offspring, then sure.
That's what fetus literally is. It's an offspring. It's Latin for human offspring. So you just
I'm against killing people.
Are you for the murdering of human offspring?
If it's under very specific circumstances, if it's early.
So sometimes.
Yeah, early in the pregnancy.
So
yeah,
sometimes.
I have very specific restrictions.
So sometimes.
Right. Yes.
Yeah.
Specific restrictions.
Yeah. If you can't think well enough, we can be killed.
No. If you can't think at all, if you've never had a thought, if you've never had an experience, if you've never had consciousness.
So if you can't think, you can be killed.
If you don't have the equipment.
There goes the person in the coma.
I said if you've never had experience,
but it's that's an arbitrary addition to why you can't.
Man
no,
that you just did.
No,
I said if you said never had. I said if you never had.
It's an arbitrary. It's arbitrary.
That doesn't change the fact that you just straw man.
I didn't straw man. You said that a person can't think. You're adding arbitrary additions to it.
I said right. I said never had because that's not what I believe. I don't want you to inaccurately represent my position.
Why does the fact that someone has never had thoughts mean you can't kill? Or sorry, the fact that someone has thoughts but now doesn't mean you can't kill them. But someone not having thoughts
themselves as a person. It depends on what they want. Like when I
so if they want to be killed, you can.
When I told you the example of my wife, when I told you the example of my wife who doesn't want to live hooked up to machines, then obviously I think that should be respected.
That's much different than taking someone by the knife and
someone.
Yeah, someone, a person, the fetus
right.
in the womb is a someone.
We don't agree with that though.
Even though here's the thing, you admitted they're human, they're living, they have DNA, but they're not a human. I mean, sorry, but they're not someone.
Just like I said before, with a
hold on a second. Hold on. I want you to answer this question. That which is in the womb is living. It's a human, has its own DNA, but it isn't a someone.
Not yet.
That's absurd. That is literally absurdity.
No.
And it's arbitrary. It's arbitrary.
Right. If you don't have a brain, how can you be a person?
They have not developed a brain.
Right. They're not a person yet.
They also don't have arms. So people with arms aren't people.
Wait, that wasn't my.
So, but why? That's what I'm saying. It's arbitrary. They lack certain developments.
How is it arbitrary when a brain is absolutely necessary for there to be a human being?
So, but you've already established they are a human, but they're not human being.
I said human being, yeah.
Yeah, what's the distinction?
A human being is a person.
What is a human?
Human flesh.
What is a human?
Human is of a human being. It could be.
You just contradicted yourself. They're not human being, but they're of a human being. Wouldn't that make them a human being?
No. You didn't. You misheard me.
I heard you. I repeated you.
I said being. Human being.
Yeah, being. That's what I said.
Right. Human could be referring to human flesh. That's not necessarily a person. If you see someone's arm cut off lying on the floor, you know it's a human arm. It's not a human being, though.
But it's from a human being's arm,
right.
Body, person, right?
Sure. Just like a sperm or an egg or a zygote.
Yeah. Well, no. A zygote is the person.
Not yet.
Yes.
Will be if you let it go. Not yet, though. There has to be a point before and after. Before there's a person.
Before and after what?
Before there's a person, and then after there's a person.
Yeah, the before was before conception.
No, obviously we disagree there. There has to be enough development for there to be a person.
Why does this development? Why does this development make someone a person?
Because I believe that.
I'm not asking what your beliefs. I'm asking what is true.
Well, what else do we have besides what we believe?
What is true? Before you existed, what was the truth on the matter?
All we have is what we believe to be true. We could
have
be
the
wrong
truth.
about things, right? Do you think you could be wrong about anything?
I can't be wrong about some things.
You can't be?
No, that's absurd.
What can't you be wrong about?
I can't be wrong that God exists. I can't be wrong that I exist.
You can't be tricked into that.
I can't be wrong that it's wrong to wait for the pleasure of it.
One of the few things we can be sure about is that we exist, ourselves exist. As Descartes.
How do you know that?
How do I know that I exist?
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm having an experience.
This could be force fed into you like the Matrix.
Right. But there's still an element of existence there, regardless of the type of existence.
But it's not your existence. You could be a brain in a vat.
Right, but there's still a me there.
You don't know it's you.
The nature. I'm the thinking thing.
But it's not your thoughts.
Doesn't matter what it is.
Even if it's not your thoughts.
It's the thoughts of the thing I'm calling me.
So you don't know if you actually have existence. It could be someone else's thoughts. Back to what I said.
That would make me the someone else, which is a meaningless
which it wouldn't be you.
I would be that person.
Okay. I think you're missing my point there. But could you be wrong about everything you claim to know?
Yeah.
So therefore you could be wrong about your actual existence.
I could be wrong about the nature of my existence, yes.
But you could even be wrong about that. The distinction about the distinction you're trying to make, you could be wrong about that, self-admittedly.
The distinction of the nature of my existence, like I might be a brain in a vat, sure.
And just like someone said, there's still a me in the womb at conception. To use
is that what they're thinking?
To use your distinction.
Is that what they're thinking?
Sure, let's say they are.
Before they have a brain, they're thinking that?
To use your argument, that's my belief. That's all I have is my belief.
All right. So let's try to substantiate that belief.
No, that's the point. That's the point I'm making. Your belief is not substantiated in actual scientific fact.
Do you think people can have thoughts without a brain? And you're talking about science?
I was not. You missed the point I was making. I was not actually trying to argue that. I was using your argument.
That's not my argument.
Your argument is it's your belief.
My belief is that people, in order to have thoughts, require a brain.
What about brain dead people? They don't have a functioning brain.
Right.
So they're not human beings.
They've had thoughts, they've had experiences, they've established themselves as people.
This is arbitrary, but they are brain dead.
Why is that arbitrary?
Because you go from two positions. You say you must, in order to be a human being, have thoughts. And then when I press you, I'm going to establish that. Just wait a second. And then when I press the issue, then you say, "Oh, never mind. As long as you've had thoughts at one time." You don't see the difference in those two positions?
You are trying to paint it as in a very different way than I described it. You say I'm not painting it anyway. Something. I'm not being pressed at all. I'm maintaining.
I'm challenging your position. That's what I mean by press.
And I'm staying consistent here.
I don't think so.
It's the same. My position is the same for someone in a coma. They've had experiences, right? A zygote has never had experiences.
That's because they haven't had experiences yet. While you're arguing
tautology, of course.
Exactly. You're arguing two different things. Yes, of course, a 25 person,
That's why we don't
a
kill
25-year-old person has had experiences.
That's why I'm telling you the difference. The difference being.
So you're saying the reason
so,
why you don't murder a 25-year-old is because they have experiences?
Mm-hmm.
So
They've
if they
had
didn't
them.
have an
They've
experience, you
had
could kill
them.
them.
They've had them.
So if they didn't have 25 years of experience, you could kill them?
No.
Exactly my point. Experience is not why you don't kill someone.
No, I'm saying you can't kill them.
Yes, that's exactly.
Right.
That's
Does
what
a
I'm saying.
zygote have a bunch of experiences?
Experience is not why you don't kill people. You think that's why people get locked up is because they shattered someone's experience? I don't even know. Experience is why people it's wrong to kill someone.
You kill someone, you take away everything they ever had, everything they're ever going to be. You should be locked up.
That's what happens at abortion.
Danger.
You take a society. But that's what happens at abortion. You take away everything that person would have been.
Right. Well, you're not taking away what they were.
But you're taking away to your argument. They're taking away what they would be, and to some extent, who they are.
There's no
because there's no more life, no more.
There's no they yet. Is my point.
Sure, it is. They have life.
See, we never got over.
She has a life
about whether or not it's a person.
I know we haven't.
Right. So that's why we're still disagreeing about this.
You don't think having so I think you just fundamentally contradicted yourself or shown that, or I thought it was an interesting statement that the reason why you don't kill a 25-year-old is because they have experiences.
Yeah, they had experiences. We're talking about a specific situation of somebody in a coma.
We don't even have to bring up the coma issue, just in general.
No.
I'm speaking broadly, not just coma people.
We don't kill a 25-year-old because they're a person. That's
yeah. It. So is that which is in the womb. It's living. It's living, breathing being.
A zygote doesn't breathe.
Yes, they do.
They don't have lungs. How are they going to breathe?
They breathe through the mother. Just like a person in the coma breathes through the tubes.
All right, well,
assisted breathing doesn't mean lack of breathing.
We're talking about what makes a person. And in my contention is that a person, in order to be considered a person, has to have the capacity for experience at some point and have had experiences and thoughts and consciousness. The equipment has to be there for consciousness to be able to occur. And if that equipment isn't even there, like if someone's brains have been blown out totally and we're just keeping a body alive, I don't really consider that a person.
So a brain dead person isn't a person.
Yeah, if they're not coming back, if there's no medical way for them to ever come back, then they're essentially just a human body.
So they're not a human being if they're brain dead.
It's just a body.
So I want you to say it. They're not a human being, right?
They're a human body. I wouldn't say that. I would say that, being brain dead is essentially the same as being dead. You're just.
So if they are brain dead, they are not a human being.
Essentially, yeah.
I don't want essentially, but them being brain dead means they are not a human being, correct?
Well, I'm not going to go that far.
Why not? You just said they're just a human body bag, so to speak.
Yeah, that's true.
They don't have the capacity for conscious thoughts.
But they had it at one point.
So they are a human being, despite the functioning level of their brain.
The part, in actuality, though, we have to be honest that the part of them that could experience consciousness was destroyed if their brains were blown out. So
can you say that again? I didn't hear that part. Sorry.
The part of their consciousness, their brain, the part that gives them consciousness, that was destroyed.
Mm-hmm.
If that's gone,
So they're not a human being.
No. That's
there you
not.
go. Brain dead people aren't human beings.
They're not. No, that's not what I mean by that.
Why
I mean
not?
that because they've had experience before.
But that means wouldn't that past human experience means they were human being? We're talking about present.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if somebody is not, if there's no way, like if the parts of their brain are totally destroyed and there's no way for them to come back, I think that fundamentally their life is over. It's just if you're just keeping a body alive at that point.
So that's why I keep asking. This person is not
Yeah,
a human being.
I mean, having experienced, we just keep going around in circles. I don't know how much longer you want to go around in this circle, but
I mean, because you kind of want to touch it, and I think I know why. I understand how it's a difficult issue about not wanting to admit that this person who is brain dead, mentally, not capable of conscious thoughts. I think you're having difficulty saying this person is not a human being for the same reason
right.
Hold on,
No,
well,
the
hold on.
reason I have
Let me
difficulty
finish
with that
this.
is
Let me finish this. You're not wanting to state that for the same reason, even though it's the same reason that someone in the womb is not a human being.
I don't understand. Can you say that again?
So you're kind of wanting to state that the person who has brain damage so severe that will never function again, that person is not a human being, but you're very adamant about the person who is in the womb not being a human being. But they're the same reasoning, the functioning capacity.
No, different. There's a difference there.
The difference is here's the difference, that the person had once had it,
right.
but that's arbitrary.
I think it's very important.
Once being capable of cognitive thoughts doesn't mean you are human or not human.
It means you've established yourself as a person. You've established yourself.
What are the levels of establishment for a person?
What are the levels?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you first the prerequisite is having a medium for thought and consciousness, which is typically your brain.
So if you don't have thinking processes, you've lost some level of humanity.
Lost?
Or you don't have. Yeah. You've already stated you can't lose humanity.
What's important is if you've experienced it.
Why?
You know what I mean? Why is it important?
Yeah. Why is the fact that you have experienced it means you're a human?
Means you're a human? Means you're a person? A human
Sorry,
being?
human being.
A person, yeah.
Yeah, human being.
That's how we know.
But I'm asking why.
Because that's how we can know.
But that doesn't answer the question. That just reasserts. Why?
Why what?
Why does past experiences make you human being?
Because you a human being, part of being a human being is being able to have experiences and have consciousness.
But there are people who don't have that.
Right. So we must look to
what about people with severe amnesia? Because you keep saying, well, the person had it, but what about people who's severe amnesia and brain dead? They don't have any memories.
Specific.
Yeah, it is. Very
anybody who's brain dead is essentially already dead in my view. If they're not coming back, then
I would definitely disagree with that.
It's just, I mean, we have to take into consideration what they would want.
But that's not what I'm. But that's not.
Just another reason past experience is important.
Whose past experiences?
Theirs.
But they don't know it.
When they did, when they were conscious.
But But at the moment they're brain dead, that's what we're dealing with.
So, what do you think happens to a baby when they die?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Nope.
Do they go to heaven?
I don't know.
Do they go to hell?
I don't know. The Lord, my position on that is the Lord of all the earth shall do what's right. The real important matter, dark matter, funny pun on words, is what will happen to you when you die, when you stand before the holy God of the Bible.
Oh, that won't happen.
Why
That
won't
same
it happen?
thing, because
You haven't
the same thing
experienced
that
it yet.
happens, the same thing that happened will happen to you as
That's
will
right.
happen to me.
We'll both stand before God on Judgment Day. That's right.
No, we'll just both stop experiencing anything. Same thing as before we were born.
How do you know that?
Because, well, what was the world like in your personal experience?
Well, I'm asking
What
you.
were- right, I'm getting to that. What in your personal experience, what was the world like in the year 1538?
I wasn't there.
Right, that's how it's going to be in the year 2338. You're not going to be there.
But I'm not asking about 2038.
Yeah,
You're switching my question.
2338. I said, but I'm
20
just giving you an example.
2238.
Right, we're
How
not
d-
going to be around.
But that's not what I asked you.
That's how I intuit what's
But
going to happen after I die.
that's not
Because
what
I
I
try to
asked you.
think of, I try to think of what the world is like without me, which is a terrifying thought. But, it's hard to think of ourselves not existing, but it has happened before and it will happen again.
That doesn't answer my question.
That's how I intuit the answer.
But how you interpret my question and my actual intention of my question are two different things.
Your question was, how do I know what's going to happen after I die?
That's correct.
That's how I intuit it.
But how does the past demonstrate the future?
You don't know how the past can.
I'm asking you that. How does what happened in the past demonstrate what will happen in the future?
Well, because there was a time when I didn't exist. I don't know what it was like because I wasn't around to experience it. And when you die, all your brain activity stops. The medium that for your conscious experience ceases. I know what that's like because when if you've ever been put under, like for a surgery or something, there's just nothingness. And I think that's most reasonably based on all the information I have, what will be like after I die. There won't be a me to, have any type of experience. Just be nothingness.
And you know that for certain?
Oh, of course not.
Yeah, so that's why I said, how do you know the past is justification for the future? And that was a long way to say I don't know.
Right. I'm just intuiting based on what we know.
Which you don't know anything for certain, right?
Of course not. I mean, except for very few things.
What do you know for
we
certain?
Can know for certain. Well, like I said, that I exist.
I thought you said you could be wrong about that.
No. I can't be wrong about that.
So the only thing you know for certain is that you exist.
That's, yeah.
Could abortion be murder? Could you be wrong about your review on abortion?
Well, whether or not it's murder is a legal question.
Okay.
So,
could you be wrong about your view on abortion?
Wrong in what way?
The way you're believing about it.
Whether or not it's murder, that depends on what the current laws are.
Well, we'll get to that in a second. About the fact that you're denying that this child, this fetus in the womb is a human being. Could you be wrong about that?
Well, my argument for that has been,
I'm asking, could you be wrong about it?
could I be?
Yeah.
Sure, I guess.
So it follows you don't actually know it for certain.
Sure.
There you go. I want to ask you to the abortion question. So you kind of got to the legal question you kind of brought up, or statement. I kind of want to explore that for a second, if you don't mind.
Sure.
A man murders a pregnant woman at 3 weeks old. She's 3 weeks pregnant. Just found out she's 3 weeks pregnant. From your worldview, he should not be charged with double homicide. Is that correct? Because he didn't actually kill two people.
Right.
You would agree with that?
Yeah.
So when men kill women who are pregnant, they should just be charged for murder.
Sure.
One count.
Sure.
That's interesting. So you think we have an arbitrary law that charges men for that?
What do you mean?
It's baseless that we charge for double homicide to pregnant women, correct?
It depends on how far along she is. If she's obviously
I've already
pregnant.
established it's 4 weeks.
Right.
So you would say it is immoral to charge them with double homicide when they've only killed one person, right?
Right.
Wow.
And just to be clear, you believe that any woman who has an abortion deserves the death penalty. Am I right?
Absolutely. She's killed a human being.
Okay.
What's the point?
Same thing. I'm just doing the same thing you are.
Yeah, but we've already established that it's a life in the womb. You just don't want to say it's personhood.
Right. If you're not killing a person, then it's not.
Would you
murder.
feel the same way if now I'm gonna get personal. I hope that's okay. If that happened to your wife and there was your 4-week-old child?
Yeah, I mean, killing her is enough. That's enough to that should put somebody away.
Yeah, and it will, but they'll be able to get out.
That's
but
more than enough. As long as they're in there where they're supposed to be.
They'll get out.
Right. I wouldn't want that.
Yeah, but they'll get out. I mean, you kill a person, you can more than likely get out of jail. I mean, you probably do about 20 years, but you kill a baby.
Right. I mean,
you're getting capped.
We're talking about what we want versus what is.
Yeah, and I want, what is the law is if you kill a pregnant woman. Thankfully, our society still is have remnants of morality and ethics when it comes to pregnant women. But then we'll go down the street and that same baby can get murdered down the Planned Parenthood. It seems irrational to me.
It's not a baby. We make the distinction between
it's a human. It's a human. It's a life.
Let me ask you this: the global South, which is predominantly religious, South America's majority Christian,
Catholic,
in Africa and the Middle East. I mean, you'll have a mixture of Christian and Muslim. Middle East mostly Muslim, but all the global South, except for Australia, has the highest abortion rates.
Mm-hmm.
When you get into the first world, where we have contraception, and I think you're against contraception too, aren't you?
Yeah.
Even though it prevents abortions.
Well, it doesn't prevent abortion; it prevents life.
The global North has very.
Did you hear what I said there?
Of abortion in comparison.
He's not listening.
Right?
What about it?
Why do you think that is?
Because people everywhere want to kill babies.
Even the very religious?
Yeah. Oftentimes, people who claim to be religious are the most hypocrites. That's not a shock to me. Yeah, people who claim to believe the Bible can oftentimes contradict everything the Bible says. That's how bad deception is.
So, do you think it's effective for you to approach this from a religious standpoint.
Absolutely.
Even though
let me explain
the
why.
highest rates of abortion are in highly religious areas.
Absolutely. Let me explain why. Because God is the author, creator of life, and those people who are still murdering their babies, they're not obeying God. They're disobeying God. So the fact that they're religious or not, which I would argue all people are religious, all people worship something. All people have a set of standards they abide their life by. But that's another argument for another time. But the fact that these people claim to believe in God and murder their babies, yeah, they are the worst of the hypocrites. I will agree.
Maybe they didn't think of a fetus as a baby.
Or they're rejecting what God has said.
Shouldn't God lead by example?
Yeah, you're still here.
What does that have to do with anything?
He hasn't taken you out.
He has taken infants out.
Yeah, because he's the author of life. He can't.
God. Why doesn't he lead by example?
Well, God can't. God is. Well, hopefully you would admit there are certain things that, even from a parental standpoint, that you do, that you would not allow your children to do.
I wouldn't kill my children.
That's not what I said.
I wouldn't tolerate them killing anyone.
That's not even what I said.
That's what God told people to do.
You're not God.
According to the Bible.
You're not God. And that's the issue with the atheists. They want to be God. You want to be God. God can do it. Why can't I?
Yeah, I try to lead by example with my kid.
Do you drink?
No.
You smoke?
No.
You have sex with your wife, right? I'm assuming.
Sure.
Would you allow your child to do it? To have sex with another woman? Why don't you lead by example?
I did. I didn't have sex until I was old enough to have sex.
But now you are.
Right.
So you want to model everything now that you're...
I believe it's always wrong to kill a baby.
No, you don't.
Sure, I do.
No, you don't.
A baby is... We already know.
You redefine baby, and it's sure.
No, I didn't.
I believe it's always wrong to kill people. I define a person as 57. Yes. So I will not kill anybody that's 57 and up. See, when you redefine life, baby, child, human offspring, sure you don't, sure you're pro-life when you redefine it.
I'm using the scientific definition of baby.
And what is that?
A human being that was born and is younger than 2 years old.
Nope. I just looked up baby. You want to know one of the definitions?
Oh, I'm sure you could find all kinds. I'm talking about the scientific definition.
An unborn child, a fetus.
Baby, that distinguishes baby from fetus.
And okay, you have to give me a definition scientifically, like a source.
Like the reason I tried to get
hold on a second. You have to give a source to back up your assertion that you just made. What source?
Remember when I asked you?
Hold on, wait a second.
Between a 2-month-old fetus and a 2-month-old baby.
I remember it, but I want to be clear.
Right.
What source says that a baby is only when you escape the womb? Because I can provide. I mean, I just did. I provide sources that state a baby is still in the womb.
What's the source?
Well, I just gave you Webster's definition. Let's see another here. Oh, I think
is a baby a zygote?
I think it's baby. A baby encapsulates all of the childlike development stages.
Really?
So that's like saying a 2-month-old is a baby, but a 4-month-old is a baby, isn't?
No.
It's still in that same development. Let me ask this. Are you a baby at 8 months in the womb?
At 8 months? You're not a baby until you're out of the womb, in my view.
But you said you were going off the scientific definition, but you haven't provided that definition yet.
I'm going by memory. Do you want me to start looking stuff up online? I don't think that's... Do you want me to do that?
Sure, go ahead. I mean, you got time. I mean, I've looked at multiple definitions from the dictionary, and they've included what I've said. So I didn't search that hard. So the first sources of what a baby is agree with me. I'm just saying.
DNP. What do you want? What do you want? The difference between
just the baby. You said a baby is only when it escapes the womb.
What is an embryo?
The magical birth canal.
What is a newborn?
Yeah, newborn. Yeah, I agree. A newborn is when you exit the womb, but a baby refers to multiple stages of the development.
All right. Well, I'm talking about
a newborn,
an early fetus.
A newborn.
An early fetus is not a newborn.
Oh, I thought you were talking about when the baby escapes the womb. You're talking about that period, right?
I've lost track of what we're even talking about.
That's all right.
I'm trying to look up stuff online and
So just to reiterate, I believe it's wrong for a human to unjustifiably take the life of that which is in the womb. Like I said, we've already established that most of abortions take place because of financial or sociological reasons.
Very early in the pregnancy.
What do you mean?
Very early, and most abortions happen in the first trimester.
Yeah, I mean, that's irrelevant to me. It's still a life you're taking.
That's not irrelevant to me. It's not irrelevant to most people.
I do think it's irrelevant because most people wouldn't stop at, let's say they wanted to get an abortion at 8 months. That happens.
Which is ridiculous.
It's not ridiculous because it happens. Well, I think it's ridiculous. It happens, but yes, it does happen.
How often does it happen?
It happens enough to be disturbed by it.
How many times has it happened this year?
I don't have the numbers.
Right. So what makes you think that it happens all the time?
Because just in Virginia, a law was passed for it to happen.
So how many times does it happen?
All right, let me look it up. Late term abortions. So in 2019, 2019, it was like 7% of all abortions were in the late term.
Yeah, but for what reason? Were their lives in danger? You said that was like 5%, right?
Well, of all abortions.
Mm-hmm.
So. Oh, hold on. This source says actually 10%. So let's just say 8%.
What source is that? I mean,
CNN.
CNN says late term 10% of abortions are late term.
That's right. Oh, and wait, sorry. It's Good RX. Or 10%.
I'm not familiar with that.
But like I said, somewhere from 6 to 10%. We can find a happy medium at 8.
For what reason, though? That's important as well. If their lives were in danger, then that's.
But again, if we put the average of what I've said, 95% of all abortions happen not because of that issue, and actually it's actually higher because I'm thinking of like other issues, so it's like 97%. So even if you wanted to say it's a very small percentage even of that, which is due to health, where people still murder their children. Yeah. Baby. Yeah. How about we use that word, baby, which is referring to the infancy stage as well.
Well, if it's murder, then why aren't they in jail?
Good question. The same reason slavery once illegal.
Right. See, it's not murder.
It is murder. Not counting it as murder doesn't mean it's not murder.
We talked about what makes something murder, and that is the legality of it.
No, I don't. I never said that. I never agree with that.
No.
No, something can be murder, and the courts agree with it. At one point, it was okay for people to enslave black people. It doesn't mean it's moral or against the law.
Right. Nobody said it is.
People have.
Right.
There were legal murders for black people in this country at one point.
Well, there still are.
Well, I would disagree.
I mean, no, I'm talking. Saying something is a legal murder is a bit of a contradiction.
No, I agree. That's the contradiction of abortion. It is a contradiction.
So you're calling it murder according to your standard.
According to the ending of a life. When you unjustifiably end a life, that is murder.
What is when you talk to people, what is it about them that makes you give them the base level of respect as a human being that you give everybody? I mean, you say it's because they're made in God's image, right?
That's right.
But beyond that, like on a personal scale,
that is it. That
so
is
you
it.
don't acknowledge the personality.
I can acknowledge that.
Their traits.
No. So you're asking me, what is the fundamental reason why I show people respect? Is that right? So you're boiling it down to the central reason.
Why you recognize them as an entity deserving of a certain amount of respect.
That's right. It's because they are made in the image of God. Just like me, I'm no better than them. They're no better than me. Because they are made in the image.
But we all deserve to die.
That's right. Because we have broken God's law.
What sins have
that includes
has a baby
me.
committed? What laws has a baby broken that makes them deserving of death?
This is the doctrine known as federal head. You may probably know it as the original sin. They are born in Adam. Therefore, they receive that which Adam gives. Just
and
like
you think that's moral?
Let me explain this. Absolutely. I mean, it's not immoral. Just like when a person is born again, meaning, i.e., they become a Christian, they receive the gifts of Christ. So if you complain against one, logically, you have to complain against the other.
Mm-hmm. I do.
I know.
So
but that's why. But your complaint is unjustified. Especially because you don't
think so.
Do you believe morality is objective or subjective?
I think that's a distinction that is a lot more complicated than I'm prepared to get into right now. But
hold on. It matters because you're making moral complaints against God. But so I need to know if they're actually hold on, wait, let me explain.
At all.
They're
not against God.
Sure.
No, they're against people who tried to speak on God's behalf.
Sure.
I'm still arguing against people. It's always been people. You, ancient people. There's never been a God here.
Sure there is. Himself. But objectively, let me ask you this. Does objective truth exist or subjective truth? Or is truth subjective?
No.
No what?
No, our experience is subjective, but there's an underlying reality.
And how do you know this? Or let me ask this. What is your epistemic foundation in objective reality then, since you do believe in it?
Mm-hmm. You know what? I just have to go by my best approximation.
So it's a best guess?
Yeah, for everybody, including you, but you just don't accept it.
No, well, you don't know what I know. You can only account for what you know. Since you don't know everything, you've already admitted that. And you don't believe truth is, we can know objective truth. So again, how can you make any claim, objectively speaking, when you can't, when all you can do is make best guesses according to your own statement?
Yeah, I don't think that certainty is what determines correctness. Like you
Ha-
can be as certain as all you want and still be wrong.
That
And I know you're very certain,
I didn't,
but
I
you can
didn't,
also
I
be
didn't,
very wrong.
I didn't say certainty.
Yeah.
Someone's certainty level makes something true. I never said that. You're arguing against a straw man.
Yeah, but you seem to be getting at the fact that I'm admitting to not knowing things for sure, whereas you're taking comfort in the fact that you do. And I don't, and I think that I that's just meaningless. You could still be wrong.
Sure, but we're talking about your epistemic foundations right now.
Hmm. And yours? What about yours?
What about it?
Same question. How do you know?
How do I know?
Yeah.
How do I know what?
Anything.
Because the God of the Bible has revealed them in such a way that all humans can know them. Yet some men
Yeah.
suppress the truth and unrighteousness, and some men, by God's grace, has their eyes open to the truth. That's the reason why I know. And you know certain things too, but you suppress the truth and unrighteousness.
Um. So anybody can say that, right?
Yeah,
Somebody can say
anybody can say it.
right.
Yeah. You could say it.
Yeah, and somebody of a different religion will tell you you're
Yeah,
wrong.
and we will
God,
discuss that. I'll be more than glad to discuss that with them. But right now, that's the only thing that's on the table right now is atheism and Christianity. I don't
yeah,
have to defend every other worldview to talk about mine. Only religions on the table or worldviews on the table right now is Christianity and atheism.
right. So basically, your justification comes down to God said it, therefore.
Absolutely. That's if you want to reduce it to the most simplistic atheistic understanding way of understand. Yeah, God said
So
it.
you're, yeah, so you're still a slave.
Yeah, absolutely. I admit to being a slave.
Yeah,
I'm a slave of
yeah.
Christ. Yeah, everybody's a
No,
slave to
no, not
something.
to Christ, but to ancient people,
Slave of
nonetheless.
Christ. Slave of Christ. Everybody's a slave to something. You're a slave to sin. I'm a slave to Christ.
Which sins?
All the sins you have, all of them,
And what are your sins?
they've been forgiven by Jesus Christ, the wrath absorber, the sin bearer, by God's
But,
grace.
but there are sins.
Of course, they're sins. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so a baby is guilty and deserves death, and a
Everyone does.
murderer, yeah,
Everyone does.
a
Everyone
murderer
does.
who
Everyone
killed
does.
who killed 10
Everyone
people.
deserves death.
Yeah, a murderer who kills 10 people and then becomes a sincere Christian is saved.
That's
Not
right.
the yeah.
Yeah. What's the issue?
Oh, I'm
God
just trying
forgives
to
sinners.
establish it.
What's the issue?
Yeah,
What's
yeah.
God forgives sinners? What's
I'm
the
just
issue?
establishing. I'm just establishing the immorality of your
This is from the person who
worldview.
just said there is no such thing as objective morality. Now is arguing God is immoral.
I never said that though.
So is more? You said okay. You're right. You said it was too complicated to get into. So we want to know your moral
Yeah.
foundations for why you just said God is immoral. Since you now want to get into it,
Well, we would talk about where morality comes from.
yeah, let's get into it.
We have, I take it you're a creationist. You don't believe in evolution, right?
We're talking about your worldview.
Right. So I'm just trying to figure out who I'm talking to here.
You're talking to a Christian who believes the Bible, but I want to know your worldview.
Right. So
Imagine I wasn't here. You was evangelizing a random person. How would you explain to them your worldview can account for objective morality?
Um, well, as human beings, we evolved to be tribal. We figured out that through cooperation, we'd have an easier time surviving than if it was just every man for himself. And this cooperation gave rise to our moral character.
So
And I
go
think
ahead.
that there is no morality if there's no interaction between living things. So I believe that morality is an emergent property, um,
Meaning what?
meaning it requires our existence. There's no morality without our existence, um,
So
because
there will be no good and evil if humans aren't here, and there won't be anything such as good and evil if humans when we're gone. From your perspective,
no, I'd say life at all. If life doesn't exist, then there's no morality. There's no good and evil. If there's no life in the universe.
you talked about human beings being tribal, and that's kind of how we figured out what was, I guess, good and evil from your perspective. Would that be correct?
Um, it was through our cooperation, the necessity to cooperate, um, and our ability to empathize too. And I think that, do you know what a altricial versus a precocial species is?
No, I don't, not by terminology at least.
Um, like a precocial, an example of a precocial species would be like a chicken.
Mm,
Uh, their thoughts are more innate. The like a 2 week old chicken is going to be able to run around and be very much more capable than a 2 week old baby, a human baby, because an altricial species has a learning type brain where it takes time. Basically, they require a lot of care in infancy, as opposed to a precocial species that requires hardly any care. They can come out capable.
gotcha.
Human beings take a lot of time, and that is what I believe greatly influenced our moral character,
Time.
because because we need to be cared for as children in order to survive, because we don't know anything, because we have to learn things.
Yeah, agreed.
um, we experience being cared for, and we learn that, we pick that up, we learn that we want to take care of each other as human beings.
But why should
And
we?
um, it's a consequence of our evolution. In order for our species to keep going, it's what we ended up
But
doing.
why should someone care if the species keeps going?
um, I think that we want to live in a world, typically a person wants to live in a world
Some people
where
don't.
they don't have to worry about being killed or raped, or and so we should care about creating a world that is conducive to that.
Some people don't care. Me, I would argue many people don't care. I mean, that's
Yeah,
why they
they don't care if they get raped or murdered. I don't agree with
no,
that.
they don't care if they murder and rape. They
Yeah.
don't care about living in a world where that doesn't happen because they're doing it.
Well, as well, that's selfishness. No, they don't care if they do it,
But
but they don't want it happening to
why
themselves.
should people not be selfish?
Why should people not? Because if you don't want to live in a world like that, like I don't want to live in a world like that. I don't think most people do. When we talk about criminality, we're talking about a minority
People
of
are
people.
selfish.
Right? What percentage of humanity has murdered?
Oh, I don't base my morality based on percentages of people doing it
Right.
or not.
I understand that. That's not what I'm getting at. I'm talking about,
Well,
you're talking
you made
about.
the you this is where it seemed like you were arguing that morality is dependent upon the majority of the society's kind of.
No, no, I don't agree with that. I think that, but I think that morality arises because of our need to cooperate with each other and develop a way to be able to live in a stable way where we're not constantly having to worry about killing each other. And
But that's just an observation of what happens. But how do you know it's right or wrong?
well, this, we tend to,
Objectively speaking.
right, it's about harm and happiness, uh,
Isn't that subjective
generally.
though?
Um, to a point. I mean, we can recognize when someone is being harmed, or There can be gray areas, sure, as with anything, but
You think
I think we can.
you think a
I think
5-week-old in the womb is being harmed?
uh, not a person, no.
That's not what I asked. A life. Is a life being harmed?
Harmed.
Mm-hmm.
It's being ended.
Is it being harmed? I mean, being ripped up. Would you consider that harmed?
Well, when I talk about harm, I'm talking I'm talking about
Well-being, right?
people.
So it only applies to people
Yeah,
you consider people.
it applies to people.
You consider people. Because remember, you said I could apply that same standard to myself. Well, I say, hey, it only applies to 33-year-olds.
Why?
Because I just say it. Just my belief.
What's your reasoning behind that? I gave you my
Just
reasoning.
just
What's
because.
yours?
Just because.
Mine wasn't just cause.
Just because. Because, oh, how about this? Because at 33, you're more developed. You're actually becoming a full adult. You're able to reason on your own, unlike at 5 years old or something.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just as justified in my answer as you.
No, I don't. I don't agree.
Yeah, they're both arbitrary standards.
No, one is can any consciousness occur at all, and the other one is there's some, but not enough, but not the degree to your liking.
Yeah, that's kind of
That's
arbitrary.
what's arbitrary. Yeah, that's what's arbitrary.
They're both arbitrary.
Mine has a clear distinction. Yours.
Yeah, it's a distinction. Well, mine's a clear distinction. Would you agree that a 33-year-old can reason much better than a 5-year-old?
Sure.
Yeah, it's a clear distinction.
But yeah, but it is arbitrary.
Yeah, I agree. It's arbitrary, just
Right,
like
but
yours.
mine isn't.
It
No.
is. It is arbitrary.
Mine is about whether it can occur at all.
Right. That means
Or
you're not a
has
human
occurred
being.
at
Even though
all.
you're living, you're not a human being. What species are you?
There's no you or you are there.
What species are you if you're not a human being?
You're human. There's no you.
Why not?
There's no you there
Why not?
because there's no person. There's no personality. There's no personhood. There was never any thoughts or experiences. We've been over this.
Yeah, I know. It's kind of arbitrary.
No, it's not.
It is. By the same standard, if you don't have thoughts, then a person brain dead, person in a coma is dead.
All right. The
Not a
reason
human being.
the reason I value human beings is very different than you. I respect you as
Right.
a thinking thing that has had experiences before, has had emotions, and has
Well, this is the
knowledge.
first conversation we've had, so you don't know my
I could tell.
experiences or thoughts.
It doesn't matter what they were. I know you had them,
Right.
right? So that's why I give you a certain amount of respect as a human being, as a person.
See, mine is
That's
actually
not
not
arbitrary.
mine isn't based on what you've done. It's actually more innate than that.
Yours is
Even
based
before
on,
you get to your thoughts, it deals with. I show respect, even if I thought your reasoning or your thoughts were. Let me ask this: if I came up here and argued insanely, maybe you think I have,
Yeah.
so, right? Would you still show respect?
Well, you deserve a base amount of respect, but I mean, like,
So it's
it
not
depends
based on
on
my thoughts.
the fact that you're a conscious,
So the fact that I can
you've
think
had
at all.
experiences. It doesn't matter that it doesn't matter. I'm not talking about the types of thoughts and memories and feelings and things. I'm talking about the fact that they happened at all. So you deserve a base amount of respect because of that.
So because I can think, you will show me respect.
Yeah.
But if I wasn't thinking, you wouldn't show me respect.
Depending if you ever
Would you-
had any
would-
thoughts
So
at all.
see, you keep going between these variations.
Right. I keep on avoiding your trap. I'm sorry.
It's not a trap. It's honestly not a trap.
Look, you want to know what my beliefs are, and I'm telling you, and you just want to trap me into
It's
this
not a.
one rule.
It's not a trap. It's not
I'm
a
not
trap.
changing my standard.
Okay.
And my
It's not a
standard
trap.
is consistent.
It's arbitrary, but it's consistent. I will give
No,
you that.
it's not arbitrary.
It is. Your standard is if you've ever had thoughts before, then you're a human being.
If you've ever had them,
Yeah.
basically, yeah.
Yeah. That's your standard for a human being.
Yeah. So, like, is a rock a human being?
No,
A rock has never had a thought.
But that's not why it's not a human being. You know that, right?
What is the difference between
A rock does not come from a human. It was not conceived. It has no human DNA.
There's all kinds of medical waste that come from human beings.
That's not a baby. Is not waste.
It's not a baby either.
Yes, it is. We've already established that. If language matters, if definition matters, you haven't given me a definition that says otherwise.
What's the difference? What's a zygote?
A zygote is a stage of development from a baby, just like fetus, which means is Latin for human offspring.
Why do you think we make these distinctions?
Because it shows different developments. Just like when you get out of the womb, there's different stages of development.
Mm-hmm. And
like an adolescent. An adolescent isn't less human than a newborn, or it isn't more human.
Right, they're both
human.
They're both independent beings living outside.
No, a newborn is not independent. You have babies.
It's independent, and then you can hand it off to somebody else. It's not reliant on your body.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes,
you can
it
hand
is.
it off to someone else.
But it's dependent on someone else.
Someone's.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be
not
a particular
independent.
someone.
Yeah, I'm not arguing that.
Right.
But it's still
nobody's
dependent.
allowed. All right, so nobody's allowed. No. All right. Let's put it this way. Look, if we killed you right now, we could harvest your organs and probably save 5 other people, right?
So we should kill me, right? According to you.
Should we do that?
I'm asking you.
I say absolutely not, because I value your bodily autonomy.
And that's what I'm arguing for the baby.
Yeah. But you could take a baby out, and you could take a baby out of the womb. If the baby can't survive outside of the womb, it's going to die.
A 1 month can't survive on its own.
No, we would handle
people on life support can't support on their own without the addition of medical.
Right. Is it a violation of bodily autonomy to force other people to take care of them?
Depends on the context. A mother should take care of their child, or she should be in jail.
I agree.
Yes.
A mother should take care of her child. If she doesn't want to take care of her child, she should take it to a police station, fire station, adoption agency, whatever, and make sure someone else takes care of the baby.
Right.
If a woman is pregnant
with life
and doesn't want to have her body used in that way,
which
she can remove it. She can remove it.
She can kill it.
That would be the consequence of removing it.
Right. I just want you to be clear on what you were talking about.
Yeah.
So if a pregnant woman doesn't want her baby, she can kill it.
It can be removed from her body.
Which we've already established means she can kill it.
It would die outside of her body. Is she obligated to keep it alive?
Absolutely.
All right. So why?
Because she's her mother. This
not
baby is incapable of surviving if left on its own, just like a 1 month old. She is obligated to take care of this child. And the father, by the way. I'm not just placing all the responsibility on the mother. Fathers have a say so in this as well. That's why fatherlessness is terrible.
Her body is being used.
That's right.
Right. Why can't we use your body to save 5 people?
It's different.
Why is it different?
It's different because I'm not responsible for you.
We could save 5 people, man.
Well, then
we
you
could
should die
take it-
then. If you really feel that passionate about it.
Why not? Why shouldn't you?
Because I don't hold to your
No,
subjective
I want to
standard.
take your bodily autonomy. Your argument here is about taking other people's bodily autonomy, not mine.
No. You are. You're arguing that.
No,
The child is not the mother.
no.
We've
the
already established
child-
that.
We're not going to violate the child's bodily autonomy. Let's just say we're going to take.
That's done in abortion.
Well, let's just say we're going to take the fetus and move it from a place inside of the womb to outside of the womb. Whether or not you can live or not,
It would die.
whatever.
No, it would die.
It would die.
It would die. Absolutely. The baby would die.
Yeah. That's an unfortunate consequence.
Unfortunate?
Consequence.
Unfortunate consequence of killing someone. Yes, they don't live anymore. Why is it unfortunate if it's permissible?
It's a consequence of nature. You take a fetus.
No,
out of
it's
the
a
womb.
consequence of murdering your child.
You take a fetus out of the womb. You're not violating the fetus's bodily autonomy.
First of all, that's not how abortions happen anyway. It's not a gentle.
I'm just saying,
it's not a gentle
hypothetically-
little taking out of the womb.
Oh, I
and
understand.
You
But
are
let's say it
mute.
is.
Hold on.
Let's
No.
say it is.
No,
It
we're not.
would die regardless.
We're going
right?
to actually argue what happens. A baby in abortion is mutilated, limb from limb, ripped apart, pulled out till every member of its body is separated. Then it's sucked up in a nice little vacuum. Let's be real and raw. What happens in abortion? It's not just the baby doesn't disappear. I think that's how most people think about it.
Yeah, I understand.
A baby
It's gonna
is
die
ripped apart.
regardless.
A terrible death.
Regardless. How is it terrible?
Well,
Well, can't even think.
It's how is it terrible if I go in if you have a coma and I just shoot you? How is it terrible? You can't think.
You said it's a terrible death.
It
You
is.
said it's horrible.
Someone's being ripped apart. Absolutely. A mother.
You're saying it's like
the effects of an abortion as well.
You're
What will
talking about an
what will-
experience. What is my whole argument? You're not addressing my argument.
I am.
I'm talking about.
You know what happens to a mother at abortion? That they don't tell you at Planned Parenthood.
Are you not going to acknowledge what I'm saying right now?
We've been talking for 2 hours and I've been addressing what you've been saying.
But it hasn't been sinking in because you're using arguments that don't apply to me.
And what's
I'm
that?
not talking about a fetus that's going to feel being ripped limb from limb and the terror and horror. And
Again, it doesn't make it less immoral if someone can't feel anything.
there's no experience ever.
Again, it doesn't make it less immoral if I drag you up to where you can't feel anything and then I rip you apart limb from limb. Doesn't make it less immoral.
Me, yeah, because
Yeah.
I'm a person. I
Yes,
have
and the baby
established
in the
myself
womb
as
is a
person.
baby. Babies are persons. Babies are persons. We've already established that's in the womb is a baby. Fetus is a human offspring.
Fetus, a baby without a brain,
Fetus is a human offspring.
Something without a brain. Is
That's
not going
correct.
to-
Hasn't developed yet. That's fine.
is not going to feel being extricated.
You've already stated you although it's a little harder for you, you still say that it's still permissible if a woman wants to do a late term abortion.
No, I make exception to that.
Yeah, so it's okay if she wants to rip it apart then.
No, I make exception to that.
By what standard?
Because
Because
if
they can
there's
feel now and think now?
Yeah, yeah.
That's arbitrary. Person in a coma can't do any of those things.
It's arbitrary.
Yeah.
Okay. So
By that standard, you can kill
would you
someone
rather-
in a coma
would you? How is it arbitrary?
because by that standard, we can go in hospitals right now and start slicing people up in comas.
I already told you the difference between that.
Yeah, and
just not thinking in.
I get it. It's arbitrary.
No, it's
Having
not.
experiences doesn't make you more human or less human.
You've established yourself as a person.
It's an
We
arbitrary.
could describe their personalities.
I can't describe a 1-day-old personality of a baby. I had a friend who literally, his baby till about 2 years old, had no facial expressions, no personality whatsoever. Like Didn't react, didn't laugh,
if you pinched
nothing.
them, would they cry?
Sure.
All right,
But I'm
well,
saying
they're experiencing things.
that's a we've already established that which in the womb has a reaction. Remember, that's a
Yeah, at
natural
certain
reaction.
point, sure.
Yeah,
Sure.
at any point, natural reaction. But that's different than personality.
You know what I mean, though.
You know what I mean? Yeah, I agree. The fact that this baby can't feel anything.
You think that if somebody gets raped and takes a morning after pill, that they should be put to death
I believe they should be locked up
for taking a pill?
for killing their baby.
Yeah, I knew a woman, girl. I knew a woman, but she was a girl at the time who was raped when she was 13, and she was given a pill to take. It was a morning after pill, just in case she was pregnant. What should happen to her?
She should be locked up.
Locked up. A 13-year-old girl.
Yep. She's old enough to be having sex on her own.
I said she was raped.
Oh, she was raped? Oh, well, yeah.
Yeah.
The man should be killed.
The man should be killed. What should happen to her?
She should be given resources to help be taken care of, and if she decided she didn't want the baby, she'd be given up for adoption. But oftentimes, many people who are raped choose to have the baby.
She was given a pill and she took it.
Yeah, I think those people should be held responsible for giving her that.
What should happen to her?
Well, you're almost making it seem like she was forced to take this pill.
Let's say she wasn't. Let's say she knew what it was and took it.
She willingly took it, then she should be held responsible.
Which would be what?
I'm fine with jail time.
13-year-old gone, raped.
Yep.
Raped, took a pill.
Yep.
And now should go to jail.
Just like sometimes there are young men who their mothers get killed and they choose to kill in response to that. It doesn't make it less problematic that they were victims of another crime.
Mm-hmm.
So the fact that they were victimized doesn't mean that they didn't turn around and victimize someone else. So if they knew about it consciously, yes, they should be held responsible.
So after a couple of days, like a day or two or whatever, of being raped, and you take a pill, what kind of person do you think is being killed in that scenario?
One that was conceived and has life.
How many cells do you think it is at that point?
It's irrelevant. Cells,
It's irrelevant?
number of cells don't make you more or less human.
Really?
Yeah. How many cells make you human?
So I'd say enough to have a functioning brain.
Which is
we've already established that.
We haven't. You've asserted that. You've asserted that makes you a person.
What I mean when I say we've established that is we've established my position on the matter.
Yeah, and we've established my position. It's wrong to
like we're talking
to kill babies.
So 4 cells die in this morning after pill thing. Let's say it divided, and you're thinking that's it. That's jail time for the 13-year-old.
Yeah, what I'm actually arguing against if you've stopped a life from developing. Mm-hmm. That's my argument. I'm not making this about mere cells, because cells fall off if I scratch my head. I'm not making this about any other thing. Has life been destroyed? That's murder. Unjustifiably, of course. You've agreed that a life is ended. Pretty simple for me.
Do you acknowledge any kind of a distinction between meaningful life?
All life is meaningful. What do you mean?
Equally? Is all life equally meaningful?
Yeah, all life is equally meaningful, even though there are distinctions. So guess what? I wouldn't kill the mother, just like I wouldn't want to kill the baby.
Wait, didn't you say before that you would, earlier in the conversation, you said a mother who gets an abortion should get the death penalty?
Some kind of criminal act. Yeah, see, if you take a life, you should be killed.
Why?
Because a life for a life. You've taken a life. You've taken a precious life. You've destroyed an imago Dei creature.
Well, I mean, what's the purpose of
So-
killing the person?
I'm not really concerned on the purpose of someone killing somebody. Obviously not taking a case self-defense, right? They're defending their own life. But obviously, we've already established that most cases of abortions are really for selfish reasons, for financial and sociological reasons. 96% of all abortions are viewed from social and economical reasons. Even from the highest standpoint, I guess more liberal sources, they're only about 94%, 93%. So most abortions happen because of financial. They don't want to raise a baby in poverty, so to speak, or they don't have financial reasons, or sociological. They don't want to be looked at bad because they were out sleeping around.
Might explain why it happens less in industrialized countries where there's more wealth.
More wealth in the United States? Like what country?
I said it happens less in countries where there's more wealth.
Well, that's because, I would argue that's because America has been the ones leading and pushing an abortion industry more than others. I mean,
why does it happen here so much less than in the third world?
Well, I'm explaining with Margaret Sanger. If you're familiar who that is, right?
Yeah, I get where you're going.
Yeah, absolutely. With her eugenics ideology, was pushed heavily in America, much more than other countries.
So why doesn't it happen here more?
That's what I'm arguing.
You're arguing that abortion happens here more?
Hold on, let me look something up. Oh, hold on,
It doesn't. I could tell you that right now.
You have a source for that?
Sure, the Guttmacher Institute.
Guttmacher. Abortions by country. Guttmacher.
Yeah, you can look up unintended pregnancy and abortion worldwide. March 2022, Guttmacher. You want a link?
No, I think I see something. I think, yeah, you're right. Yeah, Russia has the highest.
Russia? I don't see that.
According to what I'm looking at. This is older. That was 2004.
This is between 2015 and 2019.
Guttmacher?
So, yeah, basically the whole global south is going to be all between 50 to 75 per capita per 1,000 women.
Mm-hmm.
And everything industrialized, I'm talking Europe, Russia, United States, Canada, Australia, is going to be between 0 and 25 per capita. It's much less.
I think I see it here. I think Northern Africa has some of the highest. If we're looking at the same
and the Middle East, surprisingly.
Really?
Yeah.
That's interesting. I mean, to me, it really doesn't matter why it's happening more or less. The fact is, it's happening and it's wrong.
You're bringing up this Planned Parenthood thing, like this eugenics argument. I mean, it's basically a genetic fallacy. I mean, these people aren't. It's not some kind of.
I don't think it is
like a Holocaust. Right?
I would disagree. I would totally disagree. I mean, those reasons are reasons why it happens in elsewhere as well. People don't want their babies. I mean, look at China. Reason why is China so high for abortion? Well, China passed a law. I think they've now rescinded that law. But at one point, you can only have one child. That's going to raise your abortion rate up dramatically. So there are other reasons why it happens higher in other countries. I mean, it's happening. I mean,
yeah, but I mean, America isn't this degenerate country that people try to. I mean, if you want to compare it to other countries, I mean, that are more religious. It's not it's clearly the lesser of the evils if you want to call this evil.
I don't know.
Well, I mean, the numbers speak for themselves. I mean, we talk about objective reality, right?
Sure. Like that's why I said ultimately, who leads an abortion, it really doesn't matter.
So here's what I'm saying.
Yeah. What's the point that America doesn't lead an abortion?
The point is that as a country becomes more prosperous, it tends to become also less religious, more secular, and
I would
has fewer
agree with
abortions.
that. I would agree
What?
with that. I would agree with that.
And it has fewer abortions. It seems to me like if you want there to be fewer abortions, you should be coming at this from the exact opposite direction and not be pushing a religious point of view, but a more secular.
Or tell people to be consistent with their own proclamation of what they claim to believe.
Yeah, you could tell them that,
Yeah.
but that's going to work about as well as it has worked, which is not at all.
Well, I don't go for pragmatism.
You could keep spinning your tires. I mean, do you care
I'll
about
keep moving.
babies or not?
Yep. I care about babies, but I
Yeah,
also care
then you
about
should be pragmatic about it.
Nope, I care about the truth as well. I'm not going to
So-
lie to people to get a good outcome. See, this is the difference between me and you. I actually have a standard which I must abide by and not just get to
Why do you
what
have
works.
to lie?
Because I would have to be lying to not push my what I believe is the truth.
Why? I mean,
It would
you could still believe
it would be disingenuous at best, and I'm not willing to be a
to be
disingenuous
secular?
person. Yeah, because I'm not secular. I'm
why
not.
would God's way be the way that produces more abortions?
I actually don't believe it is. That's the point I'm making. People are
We
living.
see with the decline in religion, there's also a decline in abortion.
That's you're conflating two things. These people are living contrary to their profession. That's not to say God is these religious people are hypocrites.
So it's not working. Religion isn't working.
No, false converts are the issue. Many people claim to be Christian that really aren't. They're just as atheistic.
So they're atheists, but they're lying.
Absolutely. Absolutely. They're atheist in heart. I mean, you would have to admit there are many people claim to be Christian who don't care anything about the Bible, who don't read their Bible, don't live. They're sleeping with their girlfriend. They're going out partying. But hey, I'm a Christian.
That doesn't make them non-believers.
Yes, absolutely. If the Bible determines what a Christian is, absolutely it does. A believer is not just someone who believes there's a God out there. That's not a believer, biblically
Sure it
speaking.
is. That's the literal meaning of the term believer.
Not biblically speaking. The God of the Bible is not
Does
just
it make
trying.
him an atheist, someone who doesn't believe in any God?
Here, let me explain my position. The position of the Bible is not saying, oh, you're a believer, you just believe some God out there exists. If that's the case, polytheism is okay. So the Bible is not condoning any kind of generic belief in any God. Therefore, you're a believer.
Right.
That's absurd.
If you look at the demographics of those countries, they're Christians and Muslims.
Okay.
Mostly.
They claim to be Christian. Yeah, I agree.
I mean, and most people are believers in God. Atheists are an extreme minority.
And when you say believers in God, you don't actually mean living according to Scripture.
Well, according to you, nobody really can, or else you'd be perfect.
No, so I don't mean perfection. I mean a general obedience.
Yeah, a general obedience.
Yeah,
So
they're not deliberately contradicting the claims of the Bible.
right,
like,
but you
making a
can't.
practice of it.
You've sinned before.
I'm not arguing about if someone has sinned.
It's you're very judgmental about other people's sin.
Sure, I
but
am.
what
So are
about
you.
yours?
You've been very judgmental.
Of course, but I don't have a belief system that makes it so that I shouldn't be.
Neither do I. The Bible tells me to judge.
Okay, but
John
you're
7:24.
You're placing a different value on your sin than on someone else's sin.
No, I'm not.
right?
I'm not.
You're saying they're not real Christians.
Because
So
they
why
live
aren't you-
contrary to
so
the Bible.
Why
In
can't
every
I say
way.
you're not a real Christian? You've sinned.
The Bible does not say you're not sinless. You're not a Christian unless you're sinless.
All right. So what if these people having abortions are Christians and they're just sinning?
They're just going out and getting all these abortions.
Yeah. You know what? I
Just
don't
murdering,
think you realize,
just murdering people. Hate all that hatred in your heart. Yet,
yeah. If you look at the prison statistics, you'll see that most of the prisoners are Christians too.
okay. You're defining Christian very loosely, that it encapsulates everybody
I have
that makes
to go
the
by
claims.
what people say. I can't
I
read their
don't.
minds.
I don't. I go by according to Scripture. That's my standard.
So I would have to say you're not a Christian
Tell me why.
because you've sinned.
The Bible doesn't say that, so you're lying.
Wait, I'm how am I lying when I'm
Where
just giving you my opinion?
where does the Bible say you're not a Christian if you haven't sinned?
I'm just using your own arguments.
Show me in the Bible, because I never said that. I never said if you have sinned, you're not a Christian.
How are you determining that these people having abortions?
Show me how I'm not a Christian. You made that assertion. I want you to prove it.
Well, you're not living by the Bible. If you sin,
Show me
if you're sinning.
how.
Well, I'm just going by what you said, that you've sinned before.
And then the Bible have never said that. Matter of fact, in 1 John, it says if anyone says they haven't sinned, they're a liar and the truth is in them.
Uh-huh.
So
who are you to tell all these millions of people that
Who am
they're
I?
not Christians?
who am I?
Yeah.
Nobody.
Yeah.
Who was God's word? Everything.
So these people could be Christians.
These people who? That are
These
living
people who have
contrary
gotten
living
who've gotten
contrary to
abortion.
the Scripture?
You've lived contrary to Scripture if you've sinned.
So you're not making a clear distinction. Remember, I've already established the Bible already establishes. I'm not just saying that they've sinned, but they're living in complete rebellion to God, ignoring everything God has said.
How do you
They're
know
just-
that?
Because they wouldn't be getting abortions, they wouldn't be sleeping with their girlfriend, they wouldn't be doing all sorts of things that the Bible says not to do.
No. None of that. We haven't established any of that. The only metric we've established here is they're getting abortions. So that could be one person got one abortion in that statistic.
Have they? Let me
And-
ask you this: have they repented for that abortion?
Perhaps.
Well, that's very important.
So now they could be a Christian.
Have they repented of this abortion?
Let's say they did.
Well, if they've repented of their abortion, they can be forgiven. Absolutely. But they don't make a lifestyle and practice of it.
Nobody makes a lifestyle of having abortions.
So yes, they do. I know a woman
ridiculous.
who's literally had over 10 abortions, and she flaunts it.
Yeah.
So people do make
That-
lifestyles of abortions, and there are people who literally who agree, and by lifestyle, not just getting it, but agreeing and condoning the message
Do you know why there are people like that?
because they're sick. They're
Do you
evil.
know why they? Do you know the specific reason they feel influenced to do that?
I'm not really concerned. They're killing babies.
You're not concerned about someone's motive.
I don't care why they're killing babies. They're killing babies.
Do you know how to?
I don't
stop
care why somebody's
people
raping a
from-
child. They're raping a child.
Do you want to prevent child rape?
Yeah, but I know
Right. So
the
shouldn't
reason
you
why
understand the psychology behind it?
the reason why they're doing it is really irrelevant. They should be locked up.
The difference between us is that I want to figure out how to prevent it. I don't want to
You
just
want to
react
prevent-
to it.
You don't want
I wanna
abortions
prevent
prevented.
We were just talking about child rape.
Oh, I thought we were talking about. I was using that as. Anyways, I was using that as an analogy or
Right.
a different
An analogy.
issue.
See, you want to what I want to do. I want to prevent child rape. So one way to do that is to understand why it happens and try to nip that in the bud before it happens. So we could recognize the warning signs. We could figure out how to respond to this person that has these desires in order to prevent them from acting upon them.
What if they say I just like it?
What?
What if they just say I like it and there's nothing you're gonna do to change that?
Well, I mean, obviously they have to be
Pro-choice.
they have to be prevented from doing it, whether it means locking them up or whatever.
That's exactly. At the end of the day,
yeah.
that's what I'm arguing.
But we have to understand we have to understand the nature of it in order to prevent it.
I understand the nature of it. I understand the nature of why people murder their children. Because they're evil. Only evil people who hate their children murder their children. If they love their children, they would sacrifice for them. And they wouldn't kill them. Sorry, they wouldn't murder. But they would raise their child. Like many other mothers who've loved their children have done through the ages of human history. So yeah. You still there?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. You kind of got silent.
Yeah. I don't know. I think we've
went through a lot of the issues.
I just don't think we can ever agree on this.
Yeah, I don't think we will agree on abortion. My hope wasn't necessarily to change your mind. Obviously, I would love for that to happen. But at the end of the day, I just don't think we as humans have a fundamental right to end someone's life unjustifiably, regardless of level of development or whether we believe they're a human or not. We treat animals with more dignity and respect. If all we had to do was put endangered on the womb, then we'd have society. We have programs trying to protect that which is in the womb. But sadly, we have abortion.
You're in favor of killing people.
I said murder.
Yeah, you're talking about killing women who have gotten abortions.
So again, that's not murder.
I wouldn't call you pro-life.
So you're conflating on two different issues. If a man goes in and kills 100 people and he gets the death penalty, that is not a murder. That is justice. This man should be put to death.
Remember when you said that there's that murder? There's some things that should be considered murder that aren't.
No, I said killing.
Right, but earlier in the conversation, you said there are some things that aren't considered murder, but they should be considered murder.
Yeah, like abortion.
Yeah, well, I'd say the same about you talking about killing women who had abortions. I'd say that's murder.
So you kill someone, you deserve to die. That's my argument. That's not a murder.
No, I think it is. I don't believe in the death penalty.
Well, that's irrelevant, whether you believe in it or not.
Well, I could say the same about what you think about abortion.
Sure.
Irrelevant.
But it's not.
So, that's not an argument. We're not having
Sure.
a discussion at that point. We're just disregarding each other's
Sure.
points of view.
Sure. But I have a reason why this should happen. I believe
I have reasons too. It's just that you
hold on. Wait, a justifiable reason. Let me take that back.
Mine are justifiable.
They're not
well,
justified.
A woman
who kills her child should be put to death. Yes, it is a great heinous crime to kill a child, the weakest of the weak in this land, more weaker than women, more weaker than toddlers, more weaker than infants, is that which is in the womb. And so, yes, a woman who kills her child has committed one of the highest crimes in the law by taking away the weakest in this land is that which is in the womb. They can't defend themselves. It's justice, not murder.
Yeah, I think that when one human being kills another human being, it doesn't, whether they're weaker or stronger is not the point.
Well, then you should be against abortion. Well,
we've already established that I don't think that in an early
just take away someone's humanity.
Personhood.
Just take away someone's humanity. It's real convenient to kill people when they're not a human.
That doesn't make any sense. That's a straw man.
That's your argument. Human being. Sorry. Just kill someone. You're able to kill someone, murder someone if they're not a human being.
There's no someone.
Yes, there is.
Is my argument.
They have their DNA. They are someone.
DNA isn't.
I know to you it doesn't matter.
You need more than that.
You need more than DNA. Just whatever. Just you need more than life to be living, to be a human being.
You need to experience, yeah.
Experience doesn't make you human.
Capability
Human being.
of being able to have consciousness.
None of that makes you a human being.
It's everything that's meaningful about being a human being, yeah.
So is eating steak, but that doesn't make you a human being.
What? Eating steak?
I say eating steak is a pretty darn great experience, but I don't add that to the level of. Well, it's still a great experience. My point is experiences do not make someone human. A human being.
Yeah, I don't.
But yeah, we
at an impasse there.
Yeah.
That's the one way to approach it, is whether or not there's a person when personhood begins, and that's one fundamental disagreement. The other fundamental disagreement is about bodily autonomy, which is another aspect that you don't agree with, because you think that the baby's bodily autonomy is being violated.
Yeah.
Whereas if we talk about a pregnancy, I mean, if you want me to agree, that
just call it what everybody else calls the baby in the womb, a baby.
If you want to talk about moving a baby from one location to the other,
which would be
being
murder,
a violation of its bodily autonomy.
That's not what happens.
Okay, but let's just say
we're not arguing hypothetically. Okay, we're arguing what actually happens. It's not just moving you from one location to another. That is a reductionistic argument if I've ever heard one about abortion.
So if that happened,
that's
the
not
baby
what
can't
happened.
Survive.
That's not what happened. It's being killed in the womb, not outside the womb.
Right. It's going to die either way.
Well, it's being killed in the womb. It's not being killed outside the womb.
It'll die either way.
It's being killed in the womb.
Can a 9-week-old fetus survive outside of the womb, whole, intact?
The baby is being killed in the womb.
Hypothetically, could a 9-week-old fetus survive outside of the womb intact?
Neither can a 1-month-old.
A 1-month-old
cannot survive on its own. No.
A 1-month-old baby
cannot
survive outside of the womb.
Cannot survive outside of the womb on its own. It's what you said.
On its own.
That's correct.
No, I didn't say on its own.
That's what you said.
Can a 9-week-old fetus survive intact, whole, outside of the womb with people trying to take care of it?
No, that's irrelevant, though.
Right. No.
That's irrelevant.
Well, we're talking about bodily autonomy here.
It still has a body. You just want to take away its rights.
Right. We're not going to touch the body. We're just going to leave the body alone.
But you've already touched the body to get it out of out of there. What do you mean?
Right. If I attacked you and people pulled me off of you, was that violating my bodily
That's
autonomy?
not what's happening in the womb.
Right. I understand it's not what's happening.
So,
but if a person doesn't want their body to be used by another person, that's the point. Like, that's the same reason we can't just end your life to take sex. To save 5 people, to harvest your organs.
You know, a 21-week-old in the womb can't survive on its own.
Well, I had a 24-week-old die in my arms.
So you know more than me. So you know more than me.
Yeah.
By that standard,
didn't live. It died.
So yeah, exactly.
My baby died.
And I am sorry for your loss. I genuinely mean that. But by that standard, we should be able to kill 24-week-olds.
Really? Why?
Because they can't survive on its own outside the womb.
Well, mine didn't, but some have.
Okay, so we should be able to kill some.
Why?
Because some don't survive.
How do we know which ones will and which ones don't?
We'll find out when we start killing them, right?
No, that's not how it works.
Why not? It's a mother's choice, right? It's attacking her.
Well, no, I already established that I'm against that.
No, you're not. You're against killing some children. in the womb. Babies
Yeah,
in the
I'm
womb.
against it. Right.
Oh, sorry, for it.
No, you want
You
to
just
why do you wanna
define
put that position on me?
because you just deny that it's human being for some of them.
Early ones.
Yeah, if real early, but if it doesn't really look like a human being, then we can kill it. But it starts looking
Was that
human.
what I said?
That's obviously the psychological effects of that.
But is that what I said?
No, I'll grant you that you didn't say that. But you even admitted earlier in our discussion that that was a psychological effect. That it starts to look a little more developed.
When did I say that?
Earlier in our discussion.
I don't recall saying that. But
Okay, fair enough.
but I mean that's so this aspect of it too is the other impasse. So personhood and bodily autonomy. Those are the two.
Well,
major
but the
issues.
bodily autonomy part is actually on your you don't believe a baby in the womb has bodily autonomy since it's in the mother's womb feeding off another person. So guess what? The moment you don't actually have bodily autonomy till you escape the womb. And I would argue, there we go. So at any point you can kill it since it doesn't actually have bodily autonomy.
Later in the pregnancy, I think an exception can be made, but earlier, no.
Why not? Why it still doesn't. Its bodily autonomy doesn't have it. Mother's choice.
Ties into whether it's a person. It's whether it has bodily autonomy.
I just want you to be
even if
consistent with that
but like
bodily
I said,
autonomy
even
argument.
if we keep the fetus intact, and we're just, and it still has bodily autonomy, even if we take it out of that person.
What are you
It's just
talking
not going to
about?
survive.
Yeah, neither will a 7-month-old.
Yeah, we could just hand a 7-month-old to somebody else, though.
Yeah, but it's
It's
irrelevant.
not the same. It's not the same.
The point is, it's dependent upon someone else, which is your argument. Yeah,
It's dependent.
I
not
agree.
Physically.
Yeah,
It's
yes,
not like
physically
attached,
it is
physically attached
physically
to your body.
Sure, but it's physically dependent upon someone else. It's just not physically attached to you.
Right. So it's not violating your bodily autonomy. A baby doesn't violate your bodily autonomy.
Well, neither does the one in the womb. It's not a violation.
It's legal.
It needs your womb.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not a violation. It is.
I know. I didn't say no. I was objecting to the earlier part. I'm not saying it's a violation. I'm saying that it is.
You said that violation.
It is requiring your body's sustenance.
So does a 1-month-old. Have you heard of her breastfeeding? Yes, it does. You have to breastfeed. It
doesn't require. It's not a requirement.
Yes, you put like this. You have to. The baby is dependent upon the mother still, for even emotional needs.
Not the mother. It's dependent on somebody.
Yeah, it's dependent upon somebody. You can't just leave the baby alone.
That's irrelevant to what I'm.
No, it's not irrelevant. It's actually very, very relevant.
We're talking about a specific person versus a generic person.
They both are specific.
No,
saying generic doesn't mean it has a specific DNA.
No,
it's specific individuality.
Take care of a baby.
Not anybody.
Well, you know what I mean by that, though, right? It doesn't have to be the mother, the biological.
Sure,
mother.
but it has to be someone else.
Right. So that's irrelevant.
No, it's not.
How is it relevant?
Because the point is, it's dependent upon someone else, which was my argument.
So what? Whose bodily autonomy is being violated there?
No one's bodily autonomy is being violated
so
in either. Pregnancy isn't a violation of your bodily autonomy.
Is your body being used against your will?
Your body, no. you had
Of course
sex.
it is.
You had sex, and guess what happens when you have sex? Generally, babies come.
If you're pregnant and you don't want to be pregnant,
don't have sex.
And we know how to stop it.
Sex. Abstinence is how you prevent babies from coming.
And you don't want to be anymore.
You that's not something that's too late.
It's against your bodily
It's
autonomy.
too late. It's too late.
So
it is too late to decide once you have a pregnancy
after a certain point.
It is not a violation. It is not a violation.
People like you are forcing women to go through with it. That's a violation.
It's not forcing.
violating.
It's not
their
forcing.
bodily autonomy.
It's not forcing. Just like it's not forcing a bodily autonomy for women to take care of their children outside the womb.
That's disanalogous.
No, it's not. Because in both examples,
Absolutely it
the
is.
women
There's
are
no
obligated.
Physical attachment.
Yes, there is.
Really?
Yes,
the
there is.
umbilical cord is still attached.
No. Not physical in the sense of deep attached, but
No,
there
I
is still
said-
a physical
I
attachment.
said physical attachment. You can hand the baby off to an adopted parent,
Yeah, and they're obligated to take care of the child.
right? And then the person who had the baby doesn't have to have anything to do with it. I'm talking about bodily autonomy. You don't seem to be comprehending the concept.
No, I comprehend. I disagree with your point.
So you don't understand it.
Or I agree. So let me. So you're making the huge issue about bodily autonomy. A woman should not have to have her bodily violated at any point in time. Correct? During the pregnancy.
I said there should be exceptions late in the pregnancy.
That is arbitrary. Because if it's about a bodily autonomy, the exceptions don't matter.
I agree. It is a bit arbitrary. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just
so
my
it's,
personal preference.
Yes,
I
but
really can't. I really can't defend that very well. But it is what it is. I admit it.
yeah. Well, I understand. Well, we've talked for. Yeah, I'm sure we both didn't plan on talking 2.5 hours, but
No, but I would really like to understand why you think that it's not a bodily autonomy issue. Like, I can't comprehend
it
how
is.
you don't.
No, it is.
Huh?
It is. It is.
For the woman.
No. For the baby.
Yeah, I don't understand why you don't think it is for the woman.
Because they have naturally, in most cases, conceived a baby. And that's the result of sex. You don't get to wipe away responsibility to now that you've formed this baby. Just like I don't think fathers now should be able to just leave and abandon a woman once they get her pregnant. A woman should not be able to.
Remember when I told you about the girl that was raped?
That's
at
correct.
13?
Remember, and I want you to recognize that in rape, pregnancies occur in 0.4% of the time. So you're not just arguing about rape. You're arguing in every situation, not just rape.
But you still said that they should be punished.
That's right. But I just want you to be clear. Rape or not has no bearing on the situation for you.
But it doesn't for you either.
I know. That's why I don't make my argument dependent upon rape. Because it would be a non sequitur. At the end of the day, a child is being destroyed. Life is being ended.
Why? So, what do you think is a good reason for why you shouldn't be killed and have your organs harvested to save a bunch of people?
Because I don't believe you should be able to kill another human being for that reason.
Even if it's to save 5 others?
I don't believe you should steal from people just because it will help someone else either.
Right. So
I'm not a socialist.
can we say that you're at fault for those deaths?
Absolutely not. It's not analogous to what you're trying to bring up. It's a false analogy. It's not even close to what's happening in abortion.
Taking your life.
If
to
that's the
save
case,
5 others?
right now I want you to give all your life savings and go feed Africa, all those starving kids. Mm-hmm. If you don't, you're responsible for their death. That's your argument.
The reason I'm asking you this is because I want to know what is the moral mechanism behind what makes that.
I am not obligated to commit suicide to save 5 other people, if that's what you're asking.
No, it's not up to you. It's up to me.
I don't believe you should murder someone to save 5 other people.
Why is that?
Because it's murder. By your definition, I'm a person. I hope.
Right. No, you are. But I'm. Let's say we can keep you alive. Let's say we just want a kidney.
You want a what?
A kidney. I want a kidney.
You want my kidney?
Yeah.
No, you're not having my kidney.
Why not?
Because it's my kidney. It's
it'll save
bodily
somebody's
autonomy.
life. But it'll save someone's life, and
Well, then
you'll get to live.
We need to figure out another way to do this, and we can do it by people when they die. We can take their kidney.
All right, so you don't want to do it, and you don't want to be forced to do it because it's a violation of your bodily autonomy, right?
Right, but it's not killing someone that I'm legally responsible for.
What if it was your child?
Well, if it's my child, that's a whole nother story.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would provide my kidney for my child.
Do you think you should be put in jail if you don't provide your kidney for your child?
No, I don't think it's the same thing. I don't think it's the same thing. Okay. There's an issue. There's a difference between providing your organs for something versus killing it while it's in your residence or in your habitat.
Right.
There's
point
quite a
is,
difference.
Though, if you're not willing to let your body be used in that way, and the thing needs to use your body in that way in order to continue existing, then deciding, no, you're not using my body in that way necessarily means the death of the fetus.
Then your argument would necessitate that all babies in the womb should be able to be killed at any point.
Right. I'm just saying that I hold exception to late term.
Yeah, but we've already established that it's an arbitrary exception.
True. But let's just say that, fine, whatever. Let's say at any time.
Yeah, and as someone said, a kidney is not a human being. That's much different than giving my kidney versus killing a kid.
Of course, but it's a violation of your bodily autonomy in order to take your kidney.
But it's not a violation to raise a child, to not kill it, to not kill your.
No, we're not talking about raising children. We're talking about growing them in the womb.
I think that's raising as well. I don't think raising starts once it exits the womb. I think it starts in the womb still. You're raising your child.
Well,
parenting is already starting, so to speak. Doesn't start once they exit. I don't place any emphasis on the magical birth canal of the woman's, private area. I mean, I and you talked about losing a child. I've lost a child as well, so I sympathize with you. I am still a father. I'm just the father of a dead child. I am no less a father than someone who has a kid. Obviously, there's a distinction, but I am still a father.
But you don't recognize the distinction between inside and outside of the womb?
No, I do recognize the distinction. I said that.
Yeah.
There is a distinction, but not in the sense of humanity. I would not argue.
But your arguments, though, don't make the distinction, because you talk about having to take care of a baby outside of the womb.
Here's the distinction.
Identical to having to take care of a baby inside of the womb.
No, here's the distinction. It's in a different way. You still have to take care of the baby, but it's in a different way. For example.
Right. One is a bodily issue, right?
So,
bodily autonomy.
So, for example, just to give an example, the distinction or the difference, when a mother eats, when she's pregnant, she just has to eat, right? She's taking care of the baby. But it's different when the baby exits the womb, right? It's different.
That's because the baby's using her body.
That's correct.
It's getting nutrients.
Oftentimes in both examples.
What?
Oftentimes in both examples.
Right, but if the mother can't breastfeed, then we're talking about something else.
Sure, but I don't believe the baby's even from a physiological standpoint, it's still dependent upon some kind of dependency. I mean,
that's not a violation of bodily autonomy, though.
Why not?
Because you can hand the baby off to someone else.
That's why I said someone. I didn't say the mother. I said someone. The baby is still dependent upon someone's body to feed them, whether it's breastfeeding or not. Someone has to do it.
That's not using their body.
Sure it is. It's just not using their body for nutrients.
We're talking about in a totally different way.
It's in a distinction, but it's still being used.
And you could choose not to.
In both cases?
No.
Exactly.
You could choose not to as a parent, like if you want to put your baby up for adoption.
Yeah, that's my argument.
If you're pregnant, and
murder it.
You don't want to be pregnant anymore.
Kill it.
And you remove the fetus will die.
You kill it. No, the removal of the fetus means it already has died. It died.
The distinction there doesn't really matter.
It doesn't matter
die either way.
It does matter because abortion, the murder happens inside the womb. The removing
Would
of
it matter if it happened outside of the womb?
Not necessarily, but we need to be accurate on what's actually happened.
All right, so it wouldn't matter. It's going to die.
Well, because you're trying to say,
you just want the emotional argument to go along with it. I get it. You want to appeal.
You want to use because I want to be careful because you want to use the argument about, well, it won't live on its own because it's not intact, and I'm saying it's dead already.
Right, it's going to die either way.
It's already dead. When every abortion you remove, the baby's already dead.
I understand you want to make the argument like, oh, you got to chop it up and everything. But even if you didn't have to do that, it's going to die.
That's what happens in every abortion.
Right. In order to make it safe for the mother.
It's not safe for the mother to have an abortion.
As safe as it can be.
It's not safe.
I understand. As safe as it can be. There's risk with every medical procedure.
There's risk. There's numerous risks when a woman has abortion. She's more at risk to have cervix cancer.
Yeah, I'm sure, and she's informed. I'm sure she's informed.
They're not informed at Planned Parenthood about this. Right, it's oftentimes they have the abortions where they find this stuff out. They are more. Yeah. Okay. Well. Yeah. Go find it on the internet. That's not informing somebody. That's not
if you're going to
imagine going to get imagine going to get into surgery and your doctor said you ask for the risk and he says it's out there somewhere. You probably would find another doctor.
I will be an expert on it if I'm going to have an extensive.
Sure, but most people say, hey, and you know most people say something's wrong. I need to get it fixed. Doctor knows. Now that kind of shows.
I mean, that's up to them. Isn't
okay.
It?
I'm just saying
their medical situation.
The risk of an abortion outweigh their selfishness in wanting to rid the baby. 95%, 97% of the.
I mean, pregnancy has always been a huge risk.
Remember, we've already established that about 2% of abortions actually are life-threatening.
2% of abortions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, let me look those stats up.
What percentage of pregnancies are life-threatening?
Oh, sorry, that's what I meant. 2% of pregnancies. Yeah, that's what I meant. A woman is in that case. Sorry, you about to say something? Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty disconcerting if you get a medical condition that you have a 2 in 100 chance of dying, right? I mean,
2 in 100, that's very low.
Are you comfortable with having a medical condition in which 2 out of 100 people die?
Yeah, I'm very comfortable. That's 2%.
You're comfortable with that?
Yes, that's very low. Okay. I have a better chance of making a half-court shot. that's just like you said. Just like you said, there are always risks with everything.
So just grin and bear it, I guess.
That's not what I said, but just like you said,
you have a medical option to cure yourself or
kill your baby
or deal with the 2% chance of dying.
Kill your baby. I say when it comes to risk, that is a very low risk.
Just deal with that risk. You don't want to.
You have a less percent chance of getting in a car crash than dying from pregnancy.
Yeah, that's a point in my favor.
No, it's in mine. Oh, sorry. I meant to say you're more at risk from a car crash.
Okay.
So don't drive in your car then. So we getting rid of cars.
Well, I mean, it depends on if you have a problem with that.
I don't. It's a calculated risk everybody takes when they drive their car.
Right. It's up to them.
Yeah,
Just
but
like it's
not driving. Here, the difference is not driving a car is okay. Killing your baby is not.
you're begging the question. We haven't.
I'm
I
not.
mean, yeah. I mean, you're calling it killing a baby. I don't call it that. We
I
we
mean,
haven't come to any agreement there. So
you're
you're just begging
terminating
the
a baby's
question.
life.
You can't win an argument by just begging the question and asserting your position as
Okay,
that is what it
will we agree it's terminating a life? You already agreed it's
It
life.
depends. It depends on what you mean by a life. Is cutting off your arm terminating a life?
No.
Well, life is ending.
The
arm becomes lifeless.
Still,
you can't
no.
feel it anymore.
You're
It
still
dies,
you're
it
still
rots, it
living
stinks.
if that arm is
the
cut
arm
off,
still
unless it
living?
bleeds out.
Is the arm still living?
That's an absurd analogy. It's not even similar. You know it. You know that's absurd.
Why won't you answer the question?
I have answered it.
Is the arm still living?
The arm isn't what's alive. You are
You
the
won't
person.
answer the question.
No, it's not. It's not a real question.
Is
It's
the
an
arm
absurd-
still living? Is not a real question.
Yes, arms are part of a living organism.
My arm is alive right now. I could feel
You
it.
are alive, which means you can move your arm.
But if you cut off my arm,
If you die, your arm wouldn't move.
right?
Come on, man. That's absurd. That's absurd.
No, it's not absurd. If I died, would my arm die with me?
You would lose capability to move any part of your body.
Okay.
If you
let's
died.
compare an
But
arm
that's
that
not
was severed.
hold on. That's not what's happening in abortion. You're not cutting an arm off. It's a whole nother person.
Because we're getting away from your point about life. What is if you cut off someone's arm and let it sit there for a couple months, and someone dies at the same time you cut the arm off, and they died and they were there, their corpse was lying there for a couple months. The arm of the corpse is going to be similar to the arm that was severed, right? They're both going to be rotting, right? Because they're lifeless.
That is not analogous to what's happening in abortion.
The reason I'm talking about this
It's
is because
it's an
you said
absurd
a life
analogy.
ended. So I said it depends on what you mean by life.
You already established in the beginning that what is in the womb is a life. Now you're trying to obfuscate here.
It's alive.
If you're alive,
There's
do you
living
have
cells,
life?
There's living tissue. That doesn't mean that I value it as a person.
I know you don't. That's not what I'm arguing. I said, does it have life? Hello?
Yeah.
You gonna answer the question?
Does it have life?
Yes.
Right. Yeah. Sure.
So we're agreeing that a life is terminated in abortion, even
A
from your
life.
own standard.
No, I agree that life is being terminated, not a life, meaning a person, a human being.
So it's
I
life
think
is
there's
being
a difference
terminated, but
there.
not a life. What's the difference?
Right. A life.
It's a
denotes
distinction without a meaning.
person. A life denotes a person, a human being, or a even a sentient life form like an animal. That's a life.
But not
We're talking-
which is in the womb.
It's not sentient. No, there's no sentience there.
There you go. You've given more respect for an animal than that which is in the womb.
Depending on at what stage in the womb.
Which you've already stated is arbitrary. I'm going to remind you of that.
No,
You've already
not
you've stated it's
arbitrary. Consciousness, the ability to experience consciousness, the ability to have experiences and memories and thoughts and feelings. I think all that is very important and far from arbitrary.
But not DNA. Not your human makeup.
DNA, no.
Not your human makeup, right?
What are you talking about? DNA.
Yeah,
Why?
DNA.
Why?
Because that's
Explain
what
why.
makes you an individual.
Did they not value human beings before they knew DNA existed?
That's irrelevant. We
Why did they value humans before
we didn't have
DNA? They knew
sonograms
DNA.
before not too long ago. That's irrelevant.
Why did ancient people value other human beings?
Generally, because they recognized that it was a life. It was a human being.
So they didn't need knowledge of DNA.
No, you don't need it.
Right. So
you don't need it. That's why I haven't based my whole argument on DNA.
All right. So we can eliminate that one.
No, we don't have to. No, we don't have to eliminate it because we've learned more.
We've established it as pointless.
No, we haven't established it as pointless. We haven't.
I don't see the point to it.
Because your DNA is literally your genetic code information, which makes you. And you're saying it's pointless.
So what?
So what? It's literally how your genetic information which makes you you.
What do you do with your hair when you shave?
We've already established that is absurd. Hair follicles are not
DNA. That has your DNA.
But hair follicles are not a human being. Okay, it's no more human than my pee coming out of me.
You aren't valuing the DNA. You're valuing the human being.
Which the human being or the DNA makes up the human being's traits. Hello? I mean, you would obviously make a distinction between the DNA of a person versus the DNA found in their hair follicles, right?
No, that's the same DNA. Do you think the DNA?
So if I kill you, I said a distinction. So if I kill you and chop off your hair, I've committed murder.
What? No.
So you make a distinction. So you've obviously made a distinction.
I'm not the one here who values that DNA. I value the person. Do you think we're a slave to whatever our DNA, like our DNA determines our thoughts?
No, I'm saying it makes up a human being. Does DNA make up a human being's traits and molecular structure?
Does it make up their traits? No.
No, so your DNA has nothing to do with that.
It does have something to do with it, but it's
so that's what I'm arguing.
What determines it? I mean, a big part of who you are is determined by your experiences in life.
All right.
Isn't that so? I mean, if you were born in India, isn't there a good chance you'd be a Hindu rather than a Christian?
I would disagree with that because there's Christians in India.
Yeah, but that's the exception, not the rule.
I don't believe. I don't. So I
believe you'd be the exception.
I don't know. I can't answer that question.
All right.
I mean, how can I answer that question? No one could answer that question.
Right.
If you were living in the 1800s, how would you? You don't know. I don't. No one knows.
Right. But we can look at the trend and see.
Well, people break trends all the time. People break. We don't treat people based on trends and stats. People break trends and stats all the time.
Right. You can understand what is more likely versus less likely, right?
Sure.
So that's
but you didn't ask me that. You asked me what would be
likely, yeah. So I'm being, if you want me to be more accurate, what's more likely?
I don't know.
Well, you do know.
I don't know.
Literally. You know.
I don't know.
How do you tell me? Are there more Christians or Hindus in India?
There's probably more Hindus.
A lot more.
Mm-hmm.
So you know what's more likely.
So what's more likely from a mere place all this without my experiences, all what I know, sure. Is it more likely? Sure, but it's irrelevant.
Well, we're talking about how to
probability
value people, and you're talking about genetic code versus experiences.
I'm saying every person has a genetic code. That's not debatable.
Of course,
even if you don't know it. So you keep bringing up
Of
Well, in the
course. I'm talking
1600s,
about
we didn't
what
know
we
it.
value, though,
That's
realistically.
that's okay. What we value and what makes up a human person. These don't have to be pitted against one another.
Do you think?
Both can be true.
Right. But I'm just saying that I don't think that DNA is actually what you value.
You're asking two different questions. What makes someone a person and what I value can be two different things, or they cannot be contradicted against
Do you
one
not
another.
value people?
You know what? How about this? I do value that a person has a individual DNA of their own. I do value that. I do value that. That makes them them. No one has a DNA
You
like
think
them.
that's what defines them as a person?
That's not what I said. That's what I value.
You said that's what makes them them.
That's right. That's what makes
Really?
them different. As
That's what
well
makes
as
them
as
different?
well as other things.
As well as other things.
No one has a DNA like them. Is that true?
Yeah.
Exactly. That's the point I'm making.
Yeah, but I mean, there's all kinds of things about you that nobody else has.
Sure. That's life as a person.
Mm-hmm.
That's
what
why
I value is what makes you unique. Based
you can
on
value multiple things. I don't have to just value one thing about someone.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I value my wife's cooking, but that's not the only thing I value. I don't have to just choose one thing. So, yeah, I mean, I know we've cracked 3 hours now.
Yeah, I don't think we got anywhere.
I do. I don't think it's no surprise we both disagreed. That's not a shock. That wasn't a shock to me.
Mm-hmm.
I have people on my channel all the time that I disagree with, and it's no surprise when they end up disagreeing with me. And so
Yeah,
I still think it was a useful conversation from both sides. You may disagree, but right, my perspective is it still is a useful conversation.
Why do you think that?
Nevertheless, to see one's perspective. Remember, I talked about that kind of before you even started. Even if we end up disagreeing, it still is helpful to understand someone's perspective. And so,
Yeah.
at the very least, I think that should be, how about this, valued.
Yeah, I mean that's what I was saying before about understanding people's motives for doing things.
Right.
I think I said it was important to know that, and you said it wasn't.
I'm lost.
Remember when we were talking about, pedophilia and stuff, and I was saying it's important to understand their why they do it in order to prevent it, and you said no, we just lock them up.
Well, that's not what I just said. That's reducing what I said, but carry on.
Well, no, I'm just saying that.
I'm saying one outweighs the other. I thought that was clear in what I was saying. Sure, you can understand why they're doing it, but at the end of the day, they did it.
No, I'm talking about prevention. My whole thing is
they
I
already
want to
did it.
prevent it from happening in the first place.
But they already did it and doing it.
Well, what if they don't already do it?
Well, that's a whole nother scenario. Obviously, I'm not going to lock somebody up for not doing it.
Right, but what if we know the signs and we know that there's a danger of them doing
What are
it?
the signs of abortion?
Getting pregnant and not wanting the
Being promiscuous,
well,
aka being a hoe.
No,
Yeah,
getting pregnant and not wanting to be pregnant.
Yeah,
That's
comes with having a lot of sex.
like for instance, being against contraception. Like that could be a good way to encourage abortions.
Nor get married and have sex. That's an even better way to prevent abortions. It's no shock that married women commit less abortions by far. By far. Get married.
But I'm talking about being realistic.
Yeah, getting married is a very realistic goal.
Yeah, but it's not something that you can. It's not something that you just convince people to do it. They have
generally
to want to
most.
do it.
Yeah, sure.
I'm talking about contraception.
You can't convince a lot of people to have sex with a condom either. A lot of people don't want to do it.
Right, but if you're against it and you make it harder to get contraception, then you're encouraging abortions to happen. Realistically,
no, you're not. You're encouraging people to get married. If I take away crack pipes, that doesn't mean I'm encouraging another way to do crack. That's absurd.
You're just, people are going to do it anyway. They're going to make their own crack pipes.
So let's just give it to them, right?
Well, are you pro-gun?
Hold on. Deal with what I'm saying. Just because you disagree with something and take it away doesn't mean you're encouraging another way to do it. Just because people are going to do it anyway.
If the statistics bear that out,
so what? We make it illegal.
But are you interested in the outcome or
I'm interested in both.
The way it looks. Okay, so
we take away crack cocaine, and if it doesn't work,
contraceptions and abortions skyrocket, then you got to think a little more strategically, right?
Get married.
Yeah, but that's not.
It's very feasible and practical. That's a very feasible and practical thing.
Sure,
it's not impractical.
Reality, that's not what happens. In reality, people get abortions.
And again, remember, I said, majority of people who get abortions are not married.
Right.
So get married.
But
are you married?
Yeah.
Congratulations.
I've been with my wife for 27 years.
Congratulations. Hope to get to that number someday.
But I recognize that that's not for everybody.
Well, I recognize that you shouldn't be playing house if you're not ready for the responsibilities of married people.
But if society provides them with ways...
Society provides all kinds of wicked ways for people to do all kinds of wicked things.
Right. You could slap labels on it if you want.
Put child pornography for provide child pornography for people, then so they won't go for pedophilia. That's absurd.
All right, so
would you provide child pornography if it stopped pedophilia?
If it stopped
if it reduced it?
If it reduced pedophilia, I'd say it depends on the nature of the child pornography.
It's child pornography. It is the ultimate kind.
Right. If it requires the exploitation of children, then no.
Exactly. That's what I'm arguing.
Creating child pornography would be wrong in that sense. But what if it was like purely computer, like CGI computer generated, and no child was harmed, and it's going to reduce child rape?
No. I'm not.
So you're more in favor of child rape? Necessarily, you favor child rape?
No. That's absurd.
CGI
that's absurd.
Child porn.
That's absurd.
Prevents it.
That's absurd.
Yeah, no, that's what you said.
That's not what I said, and everybody listening heard what I said. I said no to your question, and you assumed a certain outcome. I can be equally against both.
No, it's a hypothetical.
Yeah, but it doesn't assume a certain answer, an assumption about which I believe is worse or better. I am against men beating wives, and I am against men leaving their wives. I don't have to place one above the other.
I'm making a hypothetical.
So you say, which one would you rather? And I say no. And you say, oh, so you're for both. That's absurd. You led to a certain conclusion you wanted me to say.
Hypothetical scenario.
And I disagreed with both of them.
Where the creation of fake child porn, like through computer graphics,
it's still porn.
If it caused less actual child rape, you still wouldn't allow it.
I do not have to allow for for two evil things.
Right. Knowing the consequence.
That's right.
Yeah. You're just.
Would you kill your wife if you know it saved 10 people?
You're putting ideological handcuffs on yourself.
Would you kill your wife if it saved 10 people?
No, I wouldn't.
There you go. You just refuted yourself.
No, I know it's a selfish thing I'm doing, though. I don't think it is. I don't think it. I'm not saying that I'm right in the right there. I'm just saying I don't care.
There you go.
I love my wife. I value my wife over 10 strangers. And that's a hard admission to make.
That's a good thing. That's a good thing. It's a good thing that you will feed your wife before anybody else. You care more about your family structure than anyone else. That's a good thing. I don't believe that's selfish.
Well,
because otherwise you would have to provide for other people's household and neglect your wife.
Well, from a purely utilitarian sense, it is selfish, but
I don't think
I don't
it is.
Care. Is the thing. I don't care that it's selfish.
There you go.
I still care about my wife more than 10 strangers. But the thing is, that's not what you're saying. You're not claiming to be selfish. You're claiming to be virtuous.
Yes, I would not allow for one other evil to take away another evil.
Right.
Child porn is still evil, CGI or not.
Do you recognize that there are lesser evils and worse evils?
Absolutely.
Right. So if a lesser evil negated a greater evil, you're not going to allow it.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to. No. It's still evil. Out of the lesser of two evils, choose none. I mean,
yeah, but
let's be honest. CGI child porn ain't going to take away pedophilia. That's for one thing. If anything,
did you know that through as porn has become more and more popular, rape has declined dramatically?
Yeah, I could believe that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying correlation is causation, but I'm saying that there might be a relation there.
But child porn has gone up too. So you take
away I don't know about that.
You don't think child porn has gone up since porn industry has gone up? I mean, the invention of the internet literally has brought about more child porn than anything. I mean, that's a fact.
I wouldn't know. I don't go looking for child porn.
I don't look for it either. But maybe you look for rapists.
What do you mean?
Never mind. It sounded like you were trying to insinuate that I do go look for it.
Oh, no, I don't think I wasn't trying to say that.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah.
We just have a different code of ethics, man. A fundamental worldview on how we see the world, and why we value certain things and even people to that. But yeah, you're gonna ask a question.
Yeah, I was. I listened to your last discussion on abortion. Forgive me if it's taking a little longer than I thought, but you mentioned Psalm 139. You remember talking about David?
I've had quite a bit of discussions on abortion, so I don't remember which one, but you go ahead.
Psalm 39. Do you remember 39? What that is? What?
Psalm 39?
139.
All right.
Do you remember?
Yeah, I know that verse about what being fearfully made.
Yeah.
Talking about that verse? Yeah.
So that wasn't God speaking. That was David.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
So you were using that to justify the biblical position that you were using that to justify how God feels about.
Mm-hmm.
But that wasn't God speaking. That was David.
No. But the David is speaking on behalf of God. Absolutely. And these are still inspired words of God that I would argue that God isn't disagreeing and saying, no, I don't agree that I'm forming them in the womb. Well, clearly God does. He's the creator of all things.
God who can kill infants if he wants.
Yeah. You're okay with that?
No, I'm not.
You believe mothers can?
No.
Yeah. You already said it.
Early fetuses,
Yeah.
sure.
Okay,
Before there's any personhood.
There you
But
go.
no, not an already born infant like in the Bible. But not
It's arbitrary.
masturbate. He can kill infants, but he can't masturbate.
God doesn't have arms and legs, so
Well, did he come down to earth as in human form as Jesus Christ?
That's the second person of the Trinity.
Right. Did Jesus Christ masturbate?
No, he's not a sinner like
so
you.
same thing.
Yeah, so not the same thing. Well, yeah, Jesus
All
isn't
right.
perverted like you. I agree. So not the same thing.
Well,
Jesus doesn't have a perverted sexualized mind where he objectifies women or men for his pleasure. So yeah, he doesn't masturbate.
But God can kill infants.
How is that even I've already explained this multiple times. I can explain it again.
You can explain why it's immoral to masturbate, but not immoral to kill infants as the God. That's the God of the Bible.
I've already explained it. And remember, there is no such thing as objective morality from your perspective anyway. So it's kind of a moot point to say something is immoral.
This isn't about my inconsistency.
Sure it is.
Yours.
Sure it is. It is because you're examining it. So yes, it is about your inconsistency.
I could be anybody asking this question.
Yep, you could be anybody.
What
but
you're
we're not
right
dealing
now
with
is an
anybody.
ad hominem.
We're dealing with someone.
You're
It's not
doing
an
an
ad
hominem.
It's not an ad
Yes, it
hominem to address your
Doesn't
worldview.
matter who I am.
It's not an ad hominem to say you're wrong because you're wearing a blue shirt.
You're saying
I'm not
wrong
attacking
because of
you.
My beliefs about objective.
No,
morality.
I'm saying your worldview can't even engage in the discussion.
I'm engaging in the discussion.
I know, but your worldview can't. It doesn't have a moral.
It could be an AI generated.
It doesn't have. Well, I don't talk to AI. I don't talk to AI. I don't talk to AI generated computers. So that conversation wouldn't be happening in the first place. So I'm dealing with you.
The reason you're turning this around on me is because you don't have a good answer.
I do have an answer. Good answer.
All right, go ahead, answer it.
I have already answered it. What did I say the first time?
I don't remember.
I know you weren't listening. I would like to show the respect of people who actually listen to what I say. So that really shows respect when you listen to what people say.
The truth of the matter is we've been talking for 3 hours and 22 minutes, and I can't remember all of the things you said during that time.
Well, you seem like you really wanted an answer to that question that was so important.
Yeah, and I don't think I got it.
Well, you wouldn't remember it anyway if I did.
Can you tell me it now?
Are you admitting that you weren't listening?
I don't think you gave me an answer.
You wouldn't know. You said you don't remember.
I think I would have remembered if you gave it to me.
So what did I say? Because I did answer the question. You asked it very early on.
I think it got went on a tangent in another direction.
So what did I say?
In response to
either or, because I answered. You've already. This is the third time you've answered asked this question.
You said that God that we all deserve death, right? And that God gives us life, and He can take our lives, pretty much.
So I did answer the question.
Why can't God masturbate then?
Here's the difference. Sin is a violation of God's law, meaning God must punish the sinner. God is not God. So when God takes life, He's not doing it unjustifiably. Masturbation is a violation of God's law, which God does not participate in. Taking someone's life is not. We've already went through this.
Taking someone's life is not a violation of God's law.
If it is justified.
And killing infants, which God has commanded us to do, can be justified.
No, He actually has not commanded all of humanity to do.
No, He's commanded specific. He's commanded it in specific instances.
And what was the reason?
You believe that in those instances it was moral.
That's correct.
Kill infants.
That's correct.
So you think it was moral to slaughter Midianite baby boys?
I believe it was moral for God to use an instrument of His means, Israel, to carry out His means. Yes. in that situation.
Why?
But it was not I've already explained why.
No, that's specifically. Why was it okay to kill Midianites?
Because specifically they have sinned through Adam. That's one. Two, the nation as a whole was corrupt. They were pagans. Matter of fact, many of those nations were killing their children, and so they were conducting evil. And so God would say, wipe them all out, because the children would grow up committing the same evil as the parents.
Why couldn't the children be? You said you can adopt a child, right? Why couldn't they take the children in and raise them themselves?
God didn't. Well, so there was a case where they did this with the children, where they disobeyed what God said, and guess what? The children grew up and started war against them. So God knows best. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, as someone says, the Midianites were child sacrificing, occultists, pillagers, and rapists.
What does it matter if you're just going to kill them all the babies anyway? If they were doing child sacrifice, how is solving child sacrifice by killing babies?
Because they would grow up doing the same thing, and God wipes them all out.
They would grow up doing the same thing. Why
That's
not
correct.
Teach them something else?
God had different plans.
You're saying people are incapable of learning?
Some people, yeah.
All of them?
I literally said some.
All of the Midianites?
I don't know. I don't know them.
You're trying to justify.
But you know who did? You know who did know them?
Genocide.
You don't have a problem with genocide. You know who did know them?
God did.
God did.
God knew all those infants were going to do. We're gonna do what?
The very things I spoke about.
Sin.
What their parents did.
Right. Like everyone else sins.
Not just sin. Clearly there's a distinction in how they sin and the evil atrocities they were doing.
Do something about Hitler when Hitler was an infant.
He didn't have to.
No.
So
he saved a lot of his chosen people.
Watch this. When God does it, he's evil. When he doesn't do it, he's evil.
That's inconsistency, right?
No, it's in your argument. So you get mad when God does do it, but then when he doesn't do it, you're still upset. So he can't do anything right to please you, which you already knew that in the first place.
Wait. You're talking about pre-crime. You're talking about killing infants for crimes they haven't committed yet. I'm talking about Hitler who committed genocide.
No, I already stated the reason why they were killed. You're not listening.
Because God wanted to prevent them from growing into what they would.
That was not my ultimate reason. I said that in Adam all die.
Right. So that means whatever.
They are a sinner. A sinner is worthy of death.
Right. So you can't really say anything is wrong.
No.
Right.
No.
I mean, it's all.
No.
Everyone deserves to die. So who cares?
That doesn't mean you get to kill them.
Israelites got to kill people. It means Hitler got to kill people.
No. And Hitler was wrong. He violated God's law.
Why didn't God do something about Hitler when Hitler was an infant?
Why doesn't God do something about you?
What about me? I haven't killed anybody.
Your heart is set on murder. You violated numerous set of God's laws.
You yourself acknowledge that there's a difference between doing something and thinking about something.
Sure, and they both are deserving of death. One receive a harsher punishment. No question there. I'm not arguing that point, but both are worthy of death. So
you think everybody deserves to die?
Yes, I've been very clear about that.
Yeah,
very
so
clear.
What's the difference?
What's the difference in what?
Everyone deserves death. So
yes.
It doesn't matter what we do.
Sure it does. One receives harsher punishment.
What's the punishment?
The Bible speaks of various degrees of hells. Various degrees or level of hell. So
okay.
one will be judged more harshly.
What's going to happen?
The Bible doesn't get into the distinctions and all that. I don't know. I don't know.
And do you believe this is some kind of torture that's going to last forever?
I believe the wicked will be in hell for eternal. Yes.
How is that justifiable?
Because you don't stop sinning when you go to hell.
What's the point of it then?
The point is to inflict wrath upon those who deserve it.
We all deserve it.
That's right.
According to you.
That's right. Some are delivered by his grace, and others receive his wrath for an eternity. And not according to me, according to the Bible. I didn't write the Bible, by the way.
No, you just believe the people who did, who are
That's right.
really no different than us. But well, actually, they're operating on a lot less information than we are.
That's why
So
God
you
is
should know
the
better, but you
God
don't.
is the ultimate divine author of Scripture.
That's not true.
Sure it is. You don't know that. Remember, you only know one thing, that you exist. So you can't say that's not true.
I mean, I could have good reasons to believe it's not
Yeah,
true.
but they're
you don't.
They're best guesses according to what you said. And you don't know what I know. You only know what you know, and you don't even know that.
Well, you haven't given me any good reasons yet, so that's all I'm going.
Yeah, but
by.
you wouldn't know it anyway. Because remember,
Aren't
you
you
only know one
elucidate
thing.
that?
You only know
You
one
could
thing.
tell me.
But you wouldn't know it.
You haven't even tried.
How can I tell
How do you
someone?
know? How do you
How
know
can I
that
tell
the
someone
Bible is the
anything
word
that
of
only knows
God?
one thing?
What?
How can I tell someone anything that only knows one thing? That they exist, and that's it. We can't even have a conversation to prove the Bible because there's so much things you have to learn.
I mean, I've learned a lot, right? We're having this discussion.
Have you learned it? You only know one
I'm
thing,
speaking English.
so you do know more
I
than
can
one
use
thing,
proper grammar. I know how to use a computer. Like,
but you don't know
you
it.
know, but we're communicating. So obviously, I can.
We
learn
might not
things.
be.
Might not be. Maybe you could teach me. So go ahead. How do you
I
know that?
got a
Bible
lot
is
to
the
teach
Word of
you.
God?
I got a lot to teach you.
How do you know the Bible's the Word of God and not the word of just ancient people's opinions about what they think God is and wants? And
If I demonstrate it, will you bow down and worship God right now?
sure.
Sure, yeah.
Well, it's the same thing to me. That's synonymous. Yes.
No, sure is like I don't really care, but go ahead. So sure, yeah.
Yes.
Are you a liar?
Am I a liar?
Yeah.
Are you doing the Ray Comfort thing?
No, that's funny.
No. Have I told lies in the past? Yes. Do I try to be honest now? Yes.
So how can I believe someone who's a liar?
I'm not asking you to believe me. I'm
Well,
asking you.
I need to
teach
believe
me.
you because you gave me an
Why?
answer that I should be able to trust, but you're not really a
don't
trustworthy
understand.
person.
I don't understand why you won't simply teach me why the Bible is
Because
the
you
Word
don't
of God.
honestly, you don't really care if it's true or not. That's a reality. If I demonstrated
I
that it was
care.
true, if I demonstrated honestly, real talk, if I demonstrated that it was true, would you believe in God and worship Him?
Yes.
You would believe in God and worship Him.
If you could prove the Bible to me, yeah, I would believe that God exists, of course.
That's not all I asked. I said, would you worship Him?
Would I
you,
worship him?
Would you dedicate your life to Him?
That's something that I can't really know for sure until I'm at that point where I believe in it.
Doesn't truth necessitate following it?
Truth necessitates, I mean, truth, you can not be happy with something that's factual, right?
But it requires you to submit to it.
Right, of course. You have no choice there. Like if you have cancer, you're going to both know it's true and also not like it and have to submit to it.
Right.
If it's fatal and it can't be cured.
Right.
You know what I mean?
So that's why I asked the question: Would you submit to God and worship Him? Would you believe in Him? Would you be a Christian? Essentially, is what I'm asking.
if I believed the Bible is true, then
Because I know people,
honestly,
there who believe the Bible is true and say, I want nothing to do with Christianity either.
they'd rather burn in hell
Yeah.
or be tortured in hell or
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah.
I don't. I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know if I believe them. I don't think that somebody would honestly choose that if it were in front of their face. So I think there's
People do it
probably
all the
still some
time.
out there.
It's called suppression of the truth. People do it in other things that you would even agree.
Like what?
There are people who deny. This often happens. Like when someone dies, they don't want to believe it. They just can't believe it. Or someone cheats on their spouse. I just can't believe it. Like the
I'm
pain
talking
of
about like facing torture.
There have been
People
people
will
who've done
say
amazing
anything
things.
to get out of that, even stuff they know isn't true. That's why it's not a reliable interrogation tactic.
Yeah, I'm not arguing that. My main evidence for believing in God is not that you'll go to hell. As I've only mentioned it once here.
Yeah. So, is there a way you can show me that the Bible is the Word of God? I think
Yes.
that's very important. to
Yeah.
know.
So there there are historical reasons, philosophical reasons, theological reasons. Which so one of my arguments is for the consistency of the Bible. It's written over 1,600 years by over 40 different authors, with one central theme throughout the pages of Scripture, communicating one divine author. Obviously, this can be explicated more extensively. There's a sermon by a gentleman named Bodily where he goes further into this line of argumentation. If you'd like to listen to it sometime, I don't know if you listen to. Can't imagine you listen to too many sermons, but I think this would be interesting and right up your alley if you're curious to wanting to know this and understand it. I also have a book by the name of Michael Kruger where he goes into some historical reasons, just showing how the Bible is the Word of God and things like establishing the canon and things like that.
So you think consistent writings
Yeah,
requires an omniscient, omnibenevolent, omnipotent being?
Yeah, well, one issue is consistency. Consistency, in its central message, is important. If
The New Testament is consistent with the Old Testament, you think?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay. No,
Yeah,
I don't think so at all.
Same God.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely.
No, I'd have to go with the Gnostics on that one.
I bet.
No. I mean, just proclaiming that that's consistent is a lot different than actually demonstrating it.
Well, yeah. Obviously, I don't have hours to demonstrate that for you.
Yeah, but I mean, I've read the Bible enough times to know that that's
So how is the Old
consistent.
Testament different than the New Testament?
Do you really want to claim that they're not different? Like, I mean,
they're different, sure, but I say
like
consistent.
like 9 times out of 10 when I start talking about the Old Testament, Christians will say, "Well, no, that's the Old Testament.
Well, surely there are some
going by the New Testament."
surely there are some distinctions. No one's arguing that. So you're confusing continuity versus discontinuity versus consistent versus inconsistency. I'm not really sure how much theological works you've read besides atheists that have explained some of these issues to you. I mean, it's easy to go with the atheist websites, which are obviously going to the most extreme and worst reading ever. But you're actually conflating discontinuity versus continuity. So, but again, the point I'm making is that the central theme of the Old Testament is pointing to Jesus Christ and his resurrection, his death, burial, and resurrection. Through
Just out of curiosity, how do you think people were saved before Jesus Christ?
the same way they were saved in the New Testament. The Bible makes that
before Jesus was born.
Yeah.
So they knew all about Jesus' teachings before he was born?
So they knew, this is what I'm about to explain about the issue of, they knew about Jesus in typology, in shadow, but the New Testament knows in substance and in form. They didn't know about a man named Jesus, but they did know about this Messiah.
Can I be saved because I like Jesus?
I don't think you'd like Jesus.
Oh, I like him. I like his teachings. Sure.
Jesus says, unless you believe that I am, you will perish in your sin. Do you like that? Unless you follow me.
A lot of different interpretations. That could mean that.
No. See, this is why the Old Testament is important, because the I am was speaking to Moses in the burning bush. Jesus was saying he was God in flesh. Jesus also said, if you do not, hold on, let me see. I don't think you'll like this one.
I mean, I don't attribute all of the texts.
Jesus says he's
Jesus.
The way.
I don't think that they were all from one guy.
Yeah, I figured. But Jesus says he's the way, the truth, and the life, and that no one comes to the Father except through him. So, I don't think you want to come to the Father.
You could have all kinds of interpretations. Like if you like
how do you interpret
Jesus,
that?
If you agree with his teachings, then you're. I mean, if you exemplify those teachings, I don't see where it says you literally have to believe that God created the world in 6 days and rested on the seventh, and
that's not what I'm arguing.
Okay,
but clearly Jesus affirmed the Old Testament. Hopefully that's not debated. Jesus said he did not come to destroy destroy the law, but to fulfill it.
Right. But he had a big problem with
the Pharisees,
with the religious leaders of his time. Yeah.
Sure. That's not debatable.
Same with me.
Me
I'm
too.
The Jesus of my time.
Oh, yeah, no, not even close.
That's what they said to Jesus back in the day too.
Well, there was no Jesus before him.
No, I'm talking about the actual Jesus.
Are you sinless?
They killed him. That's what they thought of him.
Are you sinless?
Sure that you don't think as bad about me, right? You don't want to kill me, do you?
No, because you're just some guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, they didn't think that. But anyways, Jesus clearly taught that belief in him was necessary. Trust in him. Yeah. Belief and trust, that's the same word.
Do you think it's immoral to not be convinced of something?
I would need more clarification on that.
You can't convince somebody that something is true. Is that a moral failing of theirs or yours?
No,
of course not. I agree.
But what does that have to do with anything?
Why should
you said you like Jesus?
Yeah, but I don't believe that he's this literal son of God.
What he claimed to be.
Maybe he didn't.
Maybe
they added that.
Well, what's your proof of that?
I'd said maybe. I don't have proof of it.
You don't go off something off maybes.
Well, we don't know.
Maybe I got a dog over here who's been actually feeding me my lines the whole time.
I mean, they were pretty sure that the line, let he who is without sin cast the first stone. They're pretty sure that was added later.
I agree.
Actually say that.
I agree. But this is something we call textual criticism. We know that was a later addition.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I mean, there could be others that we don't know about yet.
No. We actually no. So we're actually very confident. Funny enough, even atheists. Well, he used to call himself agnostic. I think he calls him atheist now. Bart Ehrman actually says, "Hey, look, we know what the Bible's about." I remember he was on this atheist podcast one time, and they were kind of trying to. So, what do you think the real Bible's about? Like, kind of like insinuating, like how much stuff has been taken out and added. And Bart Ehrman was like. Mm-hmm. The Bible's about Jesus, the Son of God, who died and rose on the third day. Like we know what the Bible's about.
I don't understand why you talk about how consistent it is, and right now you're talking about lines that were added that couldn't be what Jesus said.
That's not an issue of consistency. If I add something to your work, that's not an argument against your work.
Is it? Do you think that was inspired by God?
An edition
Yeah.
that the biblical authors didn't write?
Right.
No,
Okay.
of course not. They didn't write it.
It's technically a biblical author. It's still in the Bible.
No, it's not. An edition is not a biblical author that write it. That's why we're honest about our textual history, unlike Islam.
Well, it's still in there.
Well, if the index is in there, so what? But we're in numerous Bibles, they will tell you in the margins that this is not reflective in the earliest copies. We're honest about our textual histories because we don't want to deceive anybody. That's what Christians generally try to do.
Yeah, but I mean, consider that for centuries.
Are you saying if I add something to the back of the book of John, that it's still the author of John?
No.
Exactly.
That's my point. My point is
That's my point.
Well, I mean, hundreds of years, people thought that Jesus said that.
That's irrelevant.
They were wrong.
That's irrelevant.
They were wrong.
That's
right?
irrelevant. Yeah, they were wrong. That's irrelevant.
Yeah, you could be wrong about a lot of things.
Well, you could be wrong about everything except one thing. So,
same for you.
No, it's not.
It's just that you won't admit it, and I will.
No, that's absurd. I can't be wrong about
true.
everything. You don't know what I know. How do you know what I know?
Well, I know you're a human being, right?
Well, that's kind of debatable in this conversation.
How so?
I'm just messing with you. No, you only know one thing. Now you're saying you know more than one thing. I asked you that earlier.
Well, I'm using the term colloquially, but if we get down to the bare minimum.
You only know one thing bare minimally?
Yeah, and same with you.
No, you only know one thing. You can't know my thoughts. You can't know my intentions. Unless you're all-knowing.
I mean, you can claim, but you can't justify.
But you wouldn't know that because you only know one thing.
I can know what you're able to. There's still a base logic that you have.
How do you know that?
How do I know? Because
now you're knowing something else.
Logically,
you started off this conversation saying you only know one thing, and you seem to be a pretty...
You start from there. You start from...
That's not what you said earlier. That's where you start. You said that's what you know.
Yeah, that's where you can start from. That's a safe starting point. That's the whole point of...
How do you know that's a safe starting sport and there's not something before that?
I mean, that's what we can distill it down to. That's the furthest point we can distill it down to. We know at least that there's a thinking thing.
All right.
Because you're the one that's doing it.
You actually don't know that according to what you said earlier. You don't know they're your thoughts. Brain in the vat, remember?
That's not saying what you think it means. You're mistaking.
Okay. But you wouldn't know that.
So, yeah, I would know that because you just made the mistake.
What's the mistake?
You're conflating me. You're conflating the idea that there's a thinking thing with who's doing the thinking.
No, you're doing that.
I know there's a thinking thing. That's what I know.
You don't know that. From your admission earlier. You just said you just don't know if they're your thoughts. You remember you stated that it's someone thinking. It just doesn't have to be you.
I know that there's a thinking thing.
But
That's
you don't but you don't know if it's you.
I don't understand what you're talking about. If
that's fine.
The thoughts, if you're thinking, then it's you.
How do you know that?
Because you're thinking. You're the one doing it.
But how do you know? How do you know it's your thoughts?
What are you talking about? It's you.
How do you know it's your thoughts? How do you know it's you?
If the thoughts came from something else, is that what you're saying? Then that would be the thinking thing.
I know.
Right. That's what I'm saying, is that I know that there's a thinking thing going on. Right, I know that there's a thinking thing.
Well, okay, fine. So what were we talking about? Textual criticism still?
Well, I mean, we were talking about how you can know there's a omnipotent, omniscient, omnibenevolent, omnipresent
I think we were talking about textual
God that
criticism.
created the entire universe, and we could know this through the Bible somehow. And you said that the Bible's consistent, and that's how we can jump to this very specific supernatural being, as if human beings
Well,
are
I
incapable of
said,
creating consistent literature.
I said more than that, but okay. That was one of my arguments, but
All right, so human beings can create consistent literature, so that proves that there's a supernatural being that
it's
created
not even what I
everything.
said, but okay. I don't actually believe that the Bible is mere human words attributed to God. That's your belief, but you're inserting it to me. I don't believe that.
You believe that God penned the Bible?
I believe that men wrote the Bible, yet God is ultimately the divine author.
Men wrote the Bible,
Yep, that's what the Bible says.
but God, what's
As
God's
they were carried along by the Holy Spirit is exactly what the Bible says.
Say it again.
But they were carried along by the Holy Spirit is what the Bible exactly says.
What does that mean?
Meaning they were inspired by the Spirit. That the
A lot of
Spirit is.
people were inspired to write things because of God. How do you know that God had anything to do with it?
When I use the word inspired, I'm not saying like, oh, I'm inspired to write a song.
Mm-hmm.
That's not what biblical inspiration means.
Why does God need people to write for him?
God doesn't need men, but he used men.
Why?
Why did he?
Yeah.
Because he chose to.
Why would he choose to do something that every other religion does?
Like?
Well, every other religion writes, their holy texts. I mean, why would God choose that method?
Islam claims not to.
Islam doesn't have a holy text?
No. They have a holy text, but they claim no man wrote it.
Well, that's dumb.
Okay, so you wouldn't believe that either. So
no.
So whether
obviously people wrote it,
whether man wrote it or if it dropped down out of the sky, you still wouldn't believe it.
Muhammad didn't write it.
Now, I disagree that God wrote it, obviously, but I'm just saying not every religion. No, Muhammad was illiterate. He didn't write it.
He apparently transcribed it, right?
That's what.
Hmm?
What'd you say?
He transcribed it, right? He wrote it. He listened to an angel and wrote it down. Is that the case?
No, I don't believe that's even what happened because he was illiterate. He didn't know how to read and write.
Right. That's what's supposed to be so miraculous about it.
Yeah. Well, we obviously.
I obviously don't buy that, but.
Right.
But I don't see how that's any more or less credible than.
So here's the difference too. The Bible, as someone bringing up, the Bible is prophetic in nature. Literally thousands of prophecies that are fulfilled in the Bible. So this goes with the instance
so we'll
of
bring up Bart
consistency.
Ehrman again, who will tell you that a lot of prophecies were written after the events they claim to predict.
Yeah, so Bart Ehrman, so like you gotta accept the good and the bad with Bart Ehrman, so to speak. Yeah, Bart Ehrman, the reason why he believes that is because he dates a lot of the writings way later than any person really would, conservative person really would, when it comes to dating a lot of the manuscript, and that's mainly because of his worldview. For one of the reasons he dates the pastoral epistles. Let me show you why. He dates the pastoral epistles late. You want to know one of his reasons why? His reasons why the pastoral epistles were written late, way later than it was. He says, because there's no way the church could have written that at that time because it was too succinct and orderly. That's a terrible answer. It doesn't actually deal with the dating. It's a presupposition. So often his dating deal with his presuppositions.
You don't think that's reasonable?
Huh?
You think it's more reasonable to say that people predicted the future?
Well, I don't believe prophecy is just a prediction of man. That's kind of where we would differ.
Right. So He's more grounded in reality, whereas you want to hang on to your worldview. So
No,
you'll
he's
say
not
that it
grounded in
was
reality.
predicted.
He's atheism is not grounded in reality.
Really?
Yeah, atheism is absurd.
You haven't given me a good reason to believe your God exists other than people wrote consistent literature.
Well, you asked for one. I actually said a lot more than that, but I
Yeah.
understand how
But
it's fundamental easier to you to deal with one issue rather than the whole. But atheism is absurdity because, from your own words, you have no foundation for objective truth, morality, and you want to talk about reality being grounded. That's
I
absurd.
told you extensively how I think reality came into existence.
No, you
Remember I
said
mentioned precocial versus altricial
that
species and
was
how we are
that was
learning
with
type species?
morality.
What?
That was with morality.
Yeah, morality. You said I have no basis for it.
Yeah,
I
you have no
explained it
base.
to you.
You have no justification for your claim.
Yeah, I explained it. I went through into
Time,
extensive
time,
detail.
and learning again makes
Yeah,
no issue of something being moral or not.
I'm talking about
You just talked about
how
an
our
observation.
how our what
But
said it
again,
again?
you said reality, so that deals with more objective truth,
Yeah.
and you've already said it that objective truth doesn't exist.
No, that's not what I said at all.
Okay, so what did you say?
Of course, objective reality
Oh, you
exists.
said you just can't know it.
Well, we can know, sure,
Okay,
we can know things.
so
We
how do
just
you
have to
know it?
work it out.
What is your epistemic foundation for objective truth?
My epistemic foundation for
That's correct.
objective truth.
Yeah.
Describe, be more specific. Describe what you mean by that.
So what? So epistemology dealing with the theory of knowledge. What is your
Yeah.
foundation for knowing things?
Um,
Are you a rationalist,
I I
existentialist?
I value the scientific method.
So everything you know, you put in a scientific formula to find out that it's true.
that I that I can know to the degree that it can be known. I think that there's it's not finalized knowledge. No, I think that it's science moves in a direction that is less wrong than it used to be. But I don't I don't know if we can call it. I don't think that science is finished in that sense. But um,
So scientifically, how do you know logic exists?
how do I know logic exists?
Yeah, scientifically.
I mean, logic.
Yes, logic.
I mean, we can demonstrate in reality.
But I said but you
Two
told me,
apples and two apples, you got four apples.
but you told me scientifically. That's not logic. That's the concept of logic. What you're seeing.
Hmm?
So when you say scientific, you mean like the five what's it called? My brain's going blank. Like observation. What's it called? Why is my brain going blank?
Hypothesis,
No, not hypothesis.
experimentation,
Why is my like sight sound like man? What's
your
that called?
senses.
Yeah. Why did I just go blank? Do you mean that when you talk about scientific method?
Um,
Like, yeah, I guess that's a good. What do you mean by scientific method?
well, the method itself, you come up with a hypothesis, you conduct experiments, you draw your conclusions.
So how did you come to the realization that logic exists?
It's through experience.
But that's existential. That's essentialism, not scientific method.
Scientific method is, I mean, it's an experience type method. you have to go through the process, and there has to be an experiment to figure out what's going on. It has to be predictive.
You said experiment, not experience.
I mean, I said experience, sure, but I'm talking about experimenting too. Like it's a package deal.
So it's not solely the scientific matter.
Solely? I mean,
yeah, I'm asking what is your
specific
what is your epistemic foundation? And at first you said the scientific method. Now you're adding to it.
Yeah, it's a difficult thing to elucidate. Do you think that well, obviously you think religious people can make mistakes.
Yep.
Yeah. So, I mean, how do you know your foundation is so correct? I mean, you can make mistakes just like I can.
So people making mistakes, and me being certain of an issue are two different things.
Wait, no, it's a mistake to believe something that's not correct.
Well, sure,
right?
Sure.
So, I mean, religious people make mistakes all the time. That means that they...
Hey, you want to know the biggest mistake Christians make
what?
oftentimes?
What?
Not believing what God has said.
Well, let's put it this way. A Christian can have a mathematical equation put in front of them that they can't solve, right?
Sure. Yep.
Well, I mean, who's to say that you got the religion question right? You're a fallible human being.
Let me put it as Greg Bonson said. Funny enough, you brought up math because I'll bring up a similar situation. Greg Bonson says unbelievers can count. And let me use a more specific term. He says atheists can count. Oftentimes, atheists can count better than Christians, but atheists cannot account for their counting. And what Greg Bonson was getting at is once you deny God, you have no justification for the things you even know to be true. And that's why I what I would say to you, you know many things to be true, but you have no justification for them outside of the Christian worldview.
Yeah,
atheism,
neither do you.
Well, that's your claim. Atheism doesn't give you actual knowledge of these things. You're dependent upon my worldview.
Oh, of course not. God,
yes, you are.
I mean,
sure
you're just claiming that God did it. That's
sure,
not
you are. You don't live like an atheist. You don't live like one.
How does an atheist live?
Atheists live like they're bags of body plasma that have evolved from fish.
How does that live?
With no moral code, or subjective subjective moral code at best. As many atheists,
that doesn't make any sense.
Hold on. Let me explain it before you say it doesn't make any sense. I agree it doesn't make any sense. That's the atheist worldview for you.
That's not how it manifests in reality.
I know it doesn't, because atheists don't live consistent with their profession.
No, I think we live more consistently.
No, you don't live like you're just a bag of body plasma evolved from fish.
That's
fish don't have moral codes.
That's in no way. That has nothing to do with what an atheist believes.
Sure it is. Don't you believe you evolved from stardust?
Absolutely not.
You don't believe you evolved from stardust and your ancestors are fish?
That's not what I am now.
That's not what I asked you. I asked that's what you evolved from.
Are you trying to do a genetic fallacy?
Nope. I'm just asking what you have evolved
from.
There you go.
Other organisms, of course.
There you go.
But that's not what I am now.
Why not? Your bags are mostly water.
Do you think that all organisms are identical?
I don't know what that has to do with my question.
Yeah, I don't think all organisms are identical.
I didn't ask that. I said you.
So why would I live like a fish? That doesn't make any sense.
But that is the evolutionary process of where you came from your claim.
So what?
How do you go from fish to to moral ethic code for all of humanity.
I mean, animals exhibit moral behavior as well.
It's not what I asked you. But if a chicken kills another chicken, you don't call the cops.
No, of course not.
Yeah, but or if a fish kills a fish.
I think a person can kill a chicken. They have to eat.
A fish swallows a fish. You don't call the cops, but that's your ancestors.
So?
That's what I'm saying.
It does. Your line of reasoning doesn't make sense.
With your worldview. Hold on a second. With your worldview, so if someone kills somebody, so
if you
so
care about what I actually believe, then you should listen to me.
I have been listening to you. You agreed with what I said.
Rather than trying to assign my beliefs to me, you should listen. So here's what I'm going to tell you.
I would echo that for you to do.
So I didn't hear you. What?
I would echo for you to do. But I describe your beliefs accurately. You believe you came from fish. You evolved from stardust. Your bags are mostly water. That was not inaccurate.
Right, and that's you as well.
Yeah, that's your assertion.
Okay, so here's what I believe and why I don't
fish the
behave
philosophy.
The way you think I should be behaving as an atheist. It's precisely because I believe my time is very limited. My life is very limited. When I die, I think that's the end. So I do want to live a good and happy and full and fulfilling life while I'm here to do it. Okay.
So what?
You, on the other hand, you believe that life will go on for an eternity, which means it absolutely has no value.
Nope.
You're the one here who has no value.
That's life. Absurd. That's absurd.
Absolutely not.
That's absurd.
Absolutely not.
That's absurd. And it's an objective claim, which you haven't established. You haven't even established the fact that the objective reality.
You want to fall back onto your presuppositionalism, but you don't have.
But you haven't even answered the question. I understand it's easier to attack someone's views, is what you've done, but you haven't actually laid a groundwork or foundation for your own claims. I understand it's easier to do that, but I've actually answered some of your questions. You just say it's hard and difficult and I don't have enough time to do it, and then you go back to attacking my view. That's not how you do things. You haven't actually laid a foundation to address my view.
You sat there and tried to tell me how I should behave in order to be consistent.
To be consistent, for sure.
And I'm explaining to you why that's not consistent. Why I believe my life is limited.
Because your life is short, you should behave well?
Yes.
How does one connect with the other?
Well, okay.
Why? So because if my life isn't short, I shouldn't get all the things I want real fast.
You should try to get the things you want.
Yeah. Who cares if it's morally ethical or not? You're assuming it's morally ethical.
No, matter of fact,
this is where I say the inconsistent part. You're actually laying on a foundation that isn't yours.
No, that's not true at all.
How do you know anything is immoral today? And let me explain what I mean. Given that you believe humans are still evolving, right?
Humans are still evolving?
Yeah, in a sense morally, right? Has man reached its moral code to what they know exactly what is evil and good? Or are they still evolving to know that?
I don't think that's a valid question.
Why not?
Because I think that morality depends. I think what is moral for one situation might be immoral for a completely different situation.
So would there ever be a situation to where it would be right to rape someone for the fun of it, but in another context it wouldn't?
I mean, in some kind of absurd scenario where, an alien race said they were, they threatened to destroy the planet if someone isn't raped.
You would rape that person?
What?
You would rape that person?
I don't think I would be able to do it, but you could make a moral argument in that extremely ridiculous hypothetical scenario.
Well, there are people who rape people for the fun of it, so it's not a ridiculous hypothetical.
Yeah, I think they're wrong.
Yeah.
The ridiculous part was the alien species threat.
Oh, okay. Got you.
But Yeah, I want to live a life that's as peaceful and
But
prosperous and
but the point
happy as
but the point
possible.
point I'm making is, according to your worldview, morality is subjective based on the culture. Something what makes something
No, I'm
right.
against cultural relativism. I'm against. I I think absolutely some cultures are barbaric, and I judge them
Okay,
harshly.
okay. So back to the question I stated that you stated that was irrelevant. I'm asking, has man evolved into morally to what they know is right or wrong? Because you stated earlier that it had to do with man
I think
evolving.
we're closer. Yeah,
But are we
history.
have we evolved to that, to the objective standard?
You're looking at evolution incorrectly. Evolution doesn't have an end goal.
I
There's
know.
no
I know that's
more
this
evolved or less evolved.
this is actually the point I'm making. You actually don't know if we have evolved to better or worse. All evolution from your perspective tells you is that it is an evolution. But whether it's better or worse, you don't know that, morally speaking.
Well, we can look at outcomes.
Outcome doesn't tell you if something is right or wrong. It just tells you what
No,
happens. It just tells
really.
you what happens.
Yeah, what happens could be right or wrong,
Yeah, but
can't it?
the outcome doesn't tell you if it's right or wrong.
You can't look at an outcome and determine if it's right or wrong.
No, I believe you can, but just the outcome
Okay.
itself
Yeah.
doesn't
Yeah.
it doesn't
Me
tell
too.
you what's right or wrong.
Yeah. This
50
idea
women
that I'm
50
borrowing
women
from your
50
worldview is
women
ridiculous.
50 women being raped doesn't actually tell you if that's right or wrong. It just tells you what happened. And
I
evolution
believe
doesn't tell
rape
you.
is wrong.
Well, I understand,
Yeah.
but I'm just saying from your perspective, from what you just said, it doesn't follow outcome makes it something wrong.
If something results in 50 women being raped, then yeah, it's wrong.
Could be aliens there.
Yeah, if it's some ridiculous scenario where you have aliens that are going to wipe out the human race.
That's why I'm asking you, how do you know man has actually evolved to a better ethical moral code than he has in the past? You haven't answered
Because
it.
we could look at the past and see that it used to be a lot worse.
Worse according to what?
Would you want to go back to the 1500s and live back then?
That's
Would
not
you want to
answering.
live during the antebellum South where you would be a slave?
Worse according to what though? You said we've gotten what or sorry, better according to what?
Um,
What
as
standard?
far as as far as peace and prosperity and happiness
Not
and
real peaceful now.
healthiness.
Not really
What?
healthy.
Well, our lifespans are longer than they really ever have been. I don't.
Okay.
People had there was
Living
an
longer
extremely high mortality rate not that long ago.
living longer doesn't mean you're more morally ethical.
You, that's one aspect. We were talking about how do we know we're better off now than we used to be. That was the question. Remember?
Yep.
So
And you
that's
haven't
one aspect of it.
yeah, but because I'm also what I'm getting at is as you stated, evolution has no end goal. So
Right.
from your perspective, there is no moral ethic objectivity that man can be judged by. Because there is no standard of
Only what we do for each
ultimateness.
other. We could judge each other.
Okay, but who cares?
Yeah. We do.
So what?
We're all that.
Who
That's what matters most.
who's we?
Is
Who cares?
human beings. That's the difference
Okay.
between you ending up in a mass grave or ending
So
up in a mansion. What do
so
you mean?
what?
Who cares?
So
It's
what?
important.
We're all gonna end up in a grave. So what?
Yeah, don't you want your time on earth to be spent in peace and prosperity and
Yeah.
happiness? I mean, it's your only time to be alive.
So what?
What do you mean, so what? That's all there is.
So what? Since
That's
all there
everything.
is, so what?
What do you mean? That's everything.
So what? That's all it is. So what? That's all it is. Tomorrow, eat, sleep, and die, drink and die.
Yeah,
Before tomorrow you die.
I guarantee you wouldn't be saying this if you were being tortured right now and being
So
held in
what?
prison. You'd have all kinds of problems with
So
it,
what?
wouldn't you? Or your family?
So what?
No, you would not be saying so what.
But so what?
No, you're being
I mean,
childish.
tomorrow we die. So what?
You're being childish right now.
I'm
You're
not.
going
I am espousing to you a worldview that exists.
to.
You know what
It's
it
not
is?
my worldview.
It's a worldview that's consistent with atheism. You know what it is?
No, it's not.
It's nihilism.
You need it to be.
I
You're
don't need it to
speaking
be.
to an atheist,
Yes.
telling me what I believe.
And no, I'm saying it's consistent with your belief. I know you don't believe this, but I'm showing how inconsistent you are. Because you've already stated that there is no end goal for morality from your perspective. You stated that.
No,
So-
I said evolution, not morality.
Okay, when it comes to morality, there is no evolutionary end goal, because that's what I was talking about.
Yeah, I don't care.
I know you don't. So what? Yeah, exactly. That's what I've been saying. So what? I don't care.
I care.
So what?
I don't care about where evolution is. Like I don't know where that's going. Okay?
I know you don't. That's what I'm saying. It could be
Yeah,
going to
but
nihilism.
I do
How do you
care
know? How do you
about-
know it's not going to nihilism?
Well, we're talking about atheism being inconsistent
And how do
Right.
you know it's not going to nihilism?
because I know that where we see more atheistic populations, we see more peace, we see more prosperity.
That's not what I asked. That's not what I'm asking. I'm saying, how do you know evolution itself is not going to nihilism, being the better thing for society?
Being what?
The better thing for society. How do you know nihilism is not actually better?
Why would it be?
That's what I'm asking you.
I don't see that it would be.
Since evolution has no end goal, how can you say nihilism is off the table?
I'm not.
There we go. So it is permissible. It is plausible to some extent that nihilism
Sure.
could be the actual better worldview than what you're espousing right now.
No, I never said anything. I never made a value judgment. I was talking about evolution. Evolution doesn't make value judgments.
If something is better, is it more valuable?
If something is better,
Ethically
is it
speaking?
more valuable?
Yeah.
No, that question is not. We can't really distill that down the way it's worded. Like, if someone's a better at sports than I am, does that make them more valuable? No, I would not say that.
No, I'm speaking, I'm clearly talking about morally and ethically.
Mm-hmm.
Morally and ethically.
If somebody is morally or
No,
ethically,
not somebody.
better.
If saving life is more valuable than killing people, is that a more valuable action?
Sure.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. As opposed to, and then back to the context of nihilism. You actually don't know if nihilism is or isn't a more valuable option.
Why?
You just said it's plausible.
But you have to give me a reason.
Because you don't believe evolution, your evolutionary model is bringing you to an objective moral standard or code of living or ethics. There is no end game, as you stated, morally
Evolution
speaking.
isn't going to affect me as an individual. It's a multi-generational
Yeah, all of us.
concept.
Yeah, all of us from your perspective.
It doesn't happen to just one person, evolution.
I'm not just speaking to you, but yeah, all of us, I guess. Nihilism could be the better option for a society, right?
Depends on what you mean by better.
More valuable. That's where evolutionary would be leading us.
I don't know what you mean more valuable.
I don't know how to explain it. But man, we've been going for 4 hours. I got to eat something.
Okay.
My wife has been in the chat like, "Where are you at?" But I actually
Okay. All right. I'll take off, but I just want to make sure that it's known that I value my life and the lives of others, and I want to live as long as possible, as happy as possible. And I don't believe in this whole atheism leads to nihilism nonsense. That's take me at my word when I say that's not my.
And by the way, I wasn't saying that.
Oh, okay. But That's
But
not my belief.
but Dark, I'll put it like this. Why don't you end on this? Why don't you tell where people can find you?
Oh, I'm just Dark Matter 2525 on YouTube. This typically isn't my thing. I don't usually talk to anybody, obviously, because I'm so terrible at it. But I'm trying to get better. Most of my things are just scripted, comedic things that I write ahead of time, so they're a little better than the way I
Well,
word things now.
like I said, I appreciate if you're truly wanting to better your craft. I do have some people I think you'd be enjoyable to talk to, and I would love just to be a fly on the wall, just to hear those conversations of someone of your pedigree and influence, and hearing other Christians engage with you if you're interested in talking. Just let me know. I can
Sure.
set that up.
Yeah. Send me a DM on Twitter,
Okay.
and we'll talk about it.
Okay. Sounds good,
But
man.
despite all of our heated arguments and everything,
I
thank you
feel
for
like it's
having me
still.
on.
I feel like it still stayed cordial. We were just both passionate.
Yeah. We were just kind of talking in circles and going past each other, and I don't think
No one cussed each other out.
we could both probably do a little better job of trying to represent each other's positions a little more
Yeah.
charitably.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I appreciate you coming on. I'm about to end this and get some grub.
All right, man. Have a good evening.
You too.
And thanks for having me on.
Thank you. God bless to
Take
the
care.
chat. God bless y'all.